Alright, here we go. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the newsroom, and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, how you guys doing? We are either 3 or 4 broadcasts into February, which means we're not too far out. I think we may another 2 or 3 of these after this one, I should say. And then we should be good. And if my calculations are correct, we should be all caught up to where Snort Burnell is probably sometime in April, maybe, hopefully, something along those lines. And then we can get back to the second channel, get back into the lore stuff. Excuse me. And do some other things that I also have set up. I'm looking at least before the end of the year, trying to do a couple of live broadcasts, some live reports, if you will. So that would be fun, stuff like that. But like I said, I've really kind of dead set on trying to be consistent this year, at least as best of my possibilities and whatnot. There's going to be some hiatuses, obviously, as happens every year. So that's a thing. So just something to look out for. I guess you could have said that was chewing the fat with GTG, even though it wasn't meant to be, but whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 5 videos that will make up our broadcast, all brought to us by Snort Burnell, DSP. I guess we already had the chewing the fat segment theoretically. So just kind of giving you guys an idea as we get to the end of February, and well, as I get through all these reports, I should say, for February, I'll lay out what some of the plans are for March moving forward and whatnot. There will be hopefully a channel update as soon as we're caught up, so that'll give you guys an idea. And then, like I said, back to the second channel for some of that stuff. So, yay. Hopefully you guys are all doing well and whatnot. And hopefully in some way we can help you start your day, end your day, or get through your day in some type of manner that is useful to you. Because at the end of the day, if you're not taking care of yourself, you're going to have a very hard time trying to take care of other people. So keep that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you guys in just a minute. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go ahead and get the ball rolling.
How to play the game!
To warn everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Let's talk about 2 things that I did this morning on the pre-stream. First of all,
That should be interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the first video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Snort Burnell, DSP. Let's see here. A very restrictive viewer's choice event, banning a positive contributor. And let me refer to my notes real fast because I'm a professional. I'm not a professional. No Game Pass for now. This was published on February 18th of 2021. Our year agrees. The link will be down in the description because that's a thing. All right, let's go.
You are now able to nominate games for the upcoming Viewer's Choice playthrough event. All right, you can do this by typing !Viewer's Choice into the stream chat, or if you wait about every 20 minutes or so, automatically the command will populate itself. What do? Well, you click on the link, you go to my forums at thekingofhate.com, and you post up games. Now, the criteria are publicly posted there, and I'm not going to go over these criteria every day, but being that this is the very first day that I created this ability to nominate, I will review the rules. Rule number 1, the game you nominate must be readily available, either on some kind of a digital platform such as PlayStation Store, Nintendo Store, Xbox Live, or Steam, and it must be a game that is going to be able to be played without insane amount of expense and problems. So, for example, you nominate a game that's available on PlayStation Store that I can play emulated on my PS3, great. You nominate a current game that's out for a modern console, great. But if you go back in time, I want to see Superman 64. Well, is Superman 64 readily available digitally on any Nintendo console currently? If not, then I can't play it. You know? Same thing like an obscure PlayStation 1 game. If it's not digital, I can't play it. I don't have a PS1 that I can capture from. I'm not going to go out on Amazon and or eBay and try to buy some expensive disc, but who knows if it even works, right? To pop into a PS1 and see if it works. I'm not going to do that, okay? Trust me, there's thousands upon thousands of games out there that are readily available to play. I don't need to be playing ones that are incredibly hard to get working, okay? So, that's number 1, okay? Number 2, the game cannot be an incredibly lengthy JRPG at all. I will accept a few exceptions, like for example, if it's a shorter RPG, maybe you want to see me replay a classic RPG I played before, like Chrono Trigger or Earthbound. Those games aren't super long or anything, okay? But I don't want people nominating insanely long RPGs anymore. For example, I just played Fire Emblem 3 Houses last year. That game took me like 5 months to beat. I'm about to start Divinity Original Sin 2. That's probably going to take me about 14 months to beat. So, I just don't have the means and the time to be playing these incredibly drawn-out JRPGs anymore. I'm sorry, I'm a variety streamer. I don't just sit here and play one game constantly. And when these games are so goddamn lengthy and they take so long to beat, people lose interest, including me. So, can't do that. Alright, if I'm going to play one of those games, I'll choose it myself. And, you know, it'll be through a process that we all agree, okay, here's a time frame I can do it. It's not going to be via a viewer's choice event like this, okay? In fact, I can tell you right now, there's a few I have in mind. Like I've told you guys, I wanted to play Lost Odyssey for the longest effing time, and I never did it. That would be one I would consider myself to play in the future. But it's not going to be eligible for this particular event, okay? Also, one final thing.
All right, let me jump in real fast. Couple of things, and I want to be as straightforward with this as possible. This event is rigged. This event right here is nothing more than a mutation from the Patreon's Choice event that he used to have back in like 2017, for example, when Patreon was prominent. And it was rigged back then too, to some degree. It's even more rigged now. So no matter whatever the most popular thing is that's chosen that Phil doesn't want to play, it immediately will get written off as trolls, haters. They all went ahead and they went onto my site and they went ahead and messed with the polling, and that's why it's all fucked. That's the reason why he runs the polls through his website, the King of Hate forums or whatever, instead of doing a straw poll somewhere else or doing it on Twitter or whatever the case may be, because he can actually control the votes. Now, let me also preface this as well. He's being paid to do this event. These people are throwing him money to play this game, which he will now play on stream and get paid even more money for. That's lick number 2. And then he's going to put it on YouTube and get even more money for playing it. That's lick number 3. So he's going to get paid like 3 times over. But he's being paid initially just to play the game. And he's going to rig the bracket as best he can, him and his webmaster or whoever the fuck it is over there that's cucking out to him, doing all the work, to make it happen. He's done it every time he does one of these things. That's why there's always some bullshit when it comes around to this. And then more importantly, what you just heard, he's like, you guys can't choose a game that isn't readily available on one of the online platforms, PSN, Xbox, or Nintendo, or whatever. He's going to be paying almost full price for that anyway, unless the game is on sale or has been discounted at the time he decides to buy it. Let's reword that. whatever game that is more than likely chosen, let's say for PSN, for PlayStation, unless he goes to the PSN store and unless he finds it discounted, right, he's going to more than likely end up paying full price when he could actually get the physical copy on Amazon new more often than not for cheaper, depending on what the game is. He could do that. eBay, we can go ahead and cut eBay out if he wants to. But Amazon, he can more than likely find a brand new copy of it for a much reasonable price than him going through the PSN network. Unless, yet again, it's discounted or it's on sale. So we're not even thinking about that. He's just blowing money essentially just to blow money, which shows you how frivolous and how little respect he has for money. You know what I mean? And then this agenda where, oh, well, I've wanted to play. So, sorry, let me back it up a little bit. So that's mistake number one. We're not actually shopping around to see if we can get it for the cheapest price. It just has to be available to me digitally. 2, no lengthy JRPGs, so on and so forth, because it's going to take me so many months, yada, yada, yada. He does that on purpose. He stretches those games out. He bleeded those games out on purpose. 1, to get the maximum amount of money that he felt that was rightly his. 2, to piss off the restreamers, which is something that I already told you guys. I told you that a long time ago, that he was purposely botching the playthroughs to try to deter people from restreaming them. It's becoming more and more apparent now, but he's been doing that for over a year, maybe even 2. Ever since he pissed off Tevin and got him kicked off of Twitch, and Tevin started restreaming him. He essentially was doing it that way because he wasn't profiting in the way he wanted, and more importantly, he saw Tevin get bigger, and he was pissed off by it. And then he saw LSB get bigger, he saw Agent Proper get bigger, he saw Dark Dave Mears, who became a staple. You know what I'm saying? When you think of restreams, you definitely think of Dark Dave Mears. He's one of the big 3. You know what I mean? Or even big 4 if you say, but he's definitely big 3. And then you have DSP Raw, which, you know, people pull clips from all the time. It's a great source to do so. So there's a whole, not an industry if you will, but there's a whole niche. There's a whole niche audience, there's a whole niche genre that's come just from restreaming, and it's been pissing him off for a number of years. So he's been trying to stamp it out any which way he can. Matter of fact, in conjunction with restreaming, it goes back to what I told you guys about what his thoughts were on This Is How You Don't Play. And yet again, which goes back to why some of these playthroughs are so fucking long. He's purposely sandbagging the playthroughs, and this is something other people have said as well. He's been sandbagging the playthroughs so he could try to deter This Is How You Don't Play, which still isn't working. It's still not helping. So just a big ups to Outsider and many of the other This Is How You Don't Play content creators out there. So yet again, he's screwing himself over. So it's not because the game is hard. Well, the games are too hard for him, by the way. He really shouldn't be playing RPGs anyway. But it's really because he's been purposely sandbagging him. He purposely botches them. How many of those things did he actually threaten to quit? Wage quit, if you will. A few of them, because contributions weren't coming in, despite the fact that he doesn't do this for money, which is a lie, because by the nature of what he does, it's done for profit, because he can't do anything else. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have an up-to-date resume. He doesn't have any referrals. He doesn't have any references. This is all he can do. So of course he does this for profit. But that's semantics, though. You'd be a brain-dead idiot if you told him that. So there you go. There's your situation in a nutshell, if you will, pig in a blanket, if you will. This is all he has. And yet again, let's continue to further my point. The reason why, the reason why he's putting up all these restrictions is because he wants to control the narrative, which leads into, oh, there are thousands of games out there. You don't have to pick a really, really old game or whatever. There's a bunch of games out there that are readily available for me to play through digital access. At the same time, well, there's a bunch of games that I'd love to play, but I never played them. Well, what prevented you from playing those games? Oh, because you couldn't get anybody to be interested enough in watching the playthroughs, so they wouldn't have been profitable. And he has a shitload of games like that. He's been saying it over the years. There's not even a list. I mean, shit, half of a ledger, to be honest with you, of games that he keeps saying, I'd love to play this game. I love to play this game, but I don't know if you guys are going to support it. I don't know if you guys are going to think it's entertaining. So that's why the viewer's choice exists. So he could basically force them to pay him to play it, and then he can milk them on the streams, and then he can milk them on YouTube for ad revenue. That's how that's, if nothing else, ladies and gentlemen, that's where this whole King of Retro nonsense, that's what it's evolved into, or mutated into, if you will. It went from, oh, the Summer of Retro, which is something he used to do back in the day, just to show his love and appreciation for old games, which those things are a fucking train wreck mess. Outside of This Is How You Don't Play, I've never sat there and watched the raw product because it's garbage. And then Patreon's Choice. And then when he tried to merge Patreon's Choice with the sub goals when he came back to Twitch, and now Viewer's Choice. It's all for profit. And it's all to stroke his own ego. And it fails miserably. So he keeps putting out a shitty product, depending on the game, year in, year out. And he gets backed up on all these games and all these obligations because he's choosing when he wants to play them. And he says, oh, well, this is going to be a downtime of the year, so this will be a good month to play it. And he's already gotten the money. He's already spent that money. So he really has no attachment, or in his head, he has no obligation to continue to even show any interest in this, right? And then on top of that, usually the months that he chooses that saying, oh, there's not going to be any good releases or anything, no big deal, all of a sudden, 1 or 2 games pop up that, oh, all of a sudden he really wants to play. He's never shown any interest or any inkling in wanting to play them before, but now he wants to play them. Oh, well, Phil, we have the Viewer's Choice event you owe us. Oh, no, don't worry about it. We'll start it off on a chill stream or something like that. I'll move my schedule around. I'll figure it out. But these are the hot new releases, guys, and I need this. I'm running a business. I'm sorry. But this is my business. This is my livelihood. You guys don't want me to lose my fucking house, do you? I got to do what's going to pay the bills. And sorry, the game that you guys chose for the Viewer's Choice event isn't a priority. Oh, Phil, we gave you, but we already paid you, Phil. We already gave you the money for that. Lean in manual. Lean in manual. If you understand my business, if you care about me, if you care about what I do, you know I need to do what I have to save my fucking house, dude. Or to pay my fucking taxes, dude. Or to have money to fucking feed Jasper because he's starving. Or whatever other fucking lame-ass excuse that comes in his head. And that's why people shouldn't contribute to the Viewer's Choice event. Let that shit burn out and die. And it's usually based on a sub-goal. So fuck the sub-goal. Just saying. And like I said, if you guys haven't learned, or if these people, I should say, haven't learned anything from Mario Sunshine, I don't know what else is there to teach you. Matter of fact, Divinity Original Sin 2, he tried to push that shit off as far as he could. He didn't want to play that game. He bitched and complained at every step he took about that goddamn game and how he didn't want it to win and he didn't want to play it. So, yet again, why contribute to that? Why waste your time? Fuck Phil and his time. He has nothing else. This is his life. Let him wallop in his own filth. But why, any of you who are, if any of you were, DSP fans, why would you contribute to something that he's not going to want? At the end of the day, that's why the polls get manipulated anyway. And then he just falls to essentially to public pressure. And even if it's a game that he does want to play, it usually doesn't do well for whatever reason. And then it ends up flopping. Let me give you another example as it pertains to that. Let's see, a game that won the Viewer's Choice that he liked but didn't do well. Stranger Things 3. It had like a retro vibe, a retro feel and whatnot. And he loved it. He loved that playthrough the whole way through. He was pissed off, though, that people didn't support it. And I think it was one of those times where, excuse me, the audience, the fan base, the cult wanted him to quit it because they weren't interested in it. And I think out of spite, Phil continued to play that game and beat it because he wanted to force it down their throats. He wanted people to really like that game. Stranger Things 3 was still a big thing at that time, meaning the show, of course. And he was really liking the retro feel of it, which falls back into the whole King of Retro nonsense. There was a lot of things that were working to his benefit. And so that's why he did what he did. Now, like I said, I believe that was a Viewer's Choice event. But it could have been just a random game that just came out, too, now that I think about it. That might have been, but I feel like that might have been a Viewer's Choice, though. But in any case, the point being is that the thing is rigged, and the game, I guarantee you, the top 1 or 2 games that are trending, right, because I don't know what the poll, I don't know what the results of that is in my current timeline. It's still going on, I think. But whatever the top game is, it's more than likely a troll. He believes it's a troll op. And so he's going to figure out all the different ways he can to try to get rid of it, to try to downplay it, to try to do whatever he can so the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics don't get what they want, which only relegates the fan base down to the lowest fucking common denominator. They're nothing more than old, burnt-up grease. They're the ones who paid for this playthrough. These are the people who should be able to nominate it, but they're the ones that are going to get shit on. These are the people who are going to be collateral damage so Phil can think he got one up on the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. It's not even about the fan base. It's really not. It's about him feeling superior over all these other people who supposedly troll him at all parts of the day. What's the point?
That I've told you guys repeatedly I'm not playing. For example, multiplayer exclusive games are not eligible. The point of the Viewer's Choice event is to do a full narrative-based playthrough of a game on stream. A game that normally I wouldn't be playing in the midst of my schedule of other games. So, multiplayer makes no sense. That's not what this is supposed to be about, me jumping into a multiplayer game. Okay? Also, games that I've repeatedly told you guys I'm not playing. Street Fighter V, Code Vein, games that I told you I absolutely hated and I never want to go back to, like Donkey Kong 64. No, those games are not eligible, okay? If you guys nominate anything that's not eligible, I'm simply put just not going to consider it, and I'm going to eliminate it from the running. Alright? So how does this event work? Well, you guys are going to nominate these games right now, likely for about a week and a half to 2 weeks, probably till the end of February, okay? Then, we're going to take a look at the games that you guys have nominated over that course of time. We're going to look for the ones that were the most nominated. So that means more than one person nominated the game, okay? For example, 5, 6 people nominate the same game, chances are it's going to get into this final round of qualifications because so many people wanted it, alright? So, the more people that nominate the same game, the better. What we're then going to do is formulate a poll based off of, number 1, the games that were most nominated, and quite frankly, number 2, games I'm interested in. If people nominate some weeb game that I've never heard of before and I don't want to play, I'm not going to play it. But at the same time, if 17 people nominate a game and I'm like, oh, I'm intrigued by it, I've never heard of it, but maybe I'll give it a shot, then I will play it, you see? So, it has to be something that makes sense and is interesting to me. I know I'm not going to force myself to play Barbie Horse Adventures because a bunch of people gathered together and thought as a trolling joke that they would nominate the game. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So, there you go. That's the deal. The poll will likely go live in early March, probably run for about a week, and then we'll determine what is that game. That's the next Viewer's Choice event game, and then it'll begin. It'll become part of the regular rotation. Okay? Now, I'm very excited to see what you guys nominate. Let's see here. Lives were sold. Cherry says, I've been a fan since 2009. I cannot make a PayPal because I'm 12. No, you're not. You're a liar. You're an absolute liar. Let's see here. The Man of Orange just did a 100-bit cheer. And he says, sorry, I can't tip. I'm only 10. And that's a lie, too. That's also a lie. Complete lie.
Hello, my children.
Turgid Banana cheered again. He said, I heard putting tips as friends and families protects from chargebacks. That is, actually, that's absolutely incorrect. We've already talked about that. I'm just going to get rid of this guy, too. I'm just going to get rid of a bunch of people. Let's just get rid of all these idiots. Ban, let's get rid of this guy. Let's get rid of all the people that we know are watching, you know, restreamers and shit. So that way we don't have to deal with their bullshit today, right? Here we go. Fuck off.
I'm just going to ban.
Okay. Super Scuba 06 has gifted a subscription
Here's another question. Here's another question that I have. Because some of these sock accounts, right, that follow Phil, they actually, or they troll Phil, I should say. They actually follow, you know, they call me DSP on Twitch, right? I think if you ban somebody, that should automatically unfollow them too. Or that should cause them to unfollow you, I should say. If they did that, I bet you anything Phil would think it would take a second to think about all the people that he bans on a daily basis. That's the only reason why his follower count on Twitch is as big as it is. Because he ain't banned a bunch of people and they just make new accounts and refollow him and then, you know, go back to the trolling as usual. But if Twitch had initiated that, I bet you anything, not only Phil's channel, but a lot of other channels would think twice about whether they would ban people or not. Now, for some of the bigger people, you know, losing a couple hundred people, maybe even a few thousand people is not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. But for someone like Darkside Phil, who can't pull 1,000 viewers. He certainly can't do 1,000 viewers concurrently, but he can't pull 1,000 viewers unless he has some type of drama going on, and it directly affects his sub count, or not his follow count. Sorry, I bet you that would be. I'd just be interested in seeing that. Another thing too that makes me think about is it's one of the reasons why he never ended up hitting 200,000 subs on YouTube, because you got to think all those years that he spent shadow banning people or blocking them in his YouTube chat or just outright banning them. I mean, most of those people may have just let the channel die out, the sock account die out, and then eventually when YouTube does some of their purges every once in a while, they went ahead and just, sent it into the void anyway. So, like I said, just throwing it out there to see what most people would think about that. But I think that would change Phil's perspective on whether he would ban people or not, because he's really proud, in air quotes, of his follow count on Twitch, despite the fact that I would say easily half of that is just dead sock counts. So what good is any of it? But yet again, it gives him the illusion of success. And that's all what he's been riding on for all these years. The illusion of being someone. The illusion of having a legacy. The illusion of being prominent. And it's all just empty snorts and mirrors. It's all, it's all belching and farts. None of it really exists.
Wasted cherry juice? Okay, wasted cherry juice. I don't know why it's wasted, but, alright, congrats on the sub. Lies for Soul Cheers, a lot of viewers have some sort of... Oh, here we go, listen to this. I'm done now.
He says, a lot of your viewers have autism. Alright, you're out of here. That's it, I'm done. That's enough. You're out of here for good. Liza Soul is gone. I've had enough of your fucking bullshit. Seriously, that's the straw that broke the camel's back. Now you're going to start making fun of fucking things like that. You think that's funny? Yeah, here's what's funny. You're shit canned, bitch. That's what's funny. Ha 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 ha. Take your fucking bits and take them elsewhere, because I don't have to put up with your fucking bullshit anymore. You finally did it, dumbass. It's a lot of fun to lean forward and do that lean in ban.
Noxina 2, by the way, he'll probably try to get unbanned as well. He'll probably try to ask to get unbanned and say he didn't mean it, and he can go fuck off. Noxina 2 Cheers says, at this point you should pick a handful of games yourself and let viewers pick one of those for viewers' choice. You refuse to play what well, I don't refuse to play what people want to play all the time. I've played every single one. What the fuck are you talking about? Noxina 2, why are you defaming and slandering me on my own stream? I'm playing Divinity Original Sin 2 this week. I played Fire Emblem 3 Houses last year. These are games that everyone said I wouldn't play, and I'm playing them. You are full of shit. Why are you talking shit? How about this? Fuck off. Hate Army General just did 100-bit cheer. He says the Hate Army is here to help you fight off.
For as it pertains to Fire Emblem 3 Houses, I feel like that was supposed to be a jab at the restreamers, mainly LSB, to be honest, because Phil's mods, I should say, for whatever reason, some of them anyway, they have a hard-on for LSB. So, and a lot of those guys are in his Discord and shit anyway. LSB has come out publicly and said he's spoken to some of them and whatever. One or two of them actually communicate through Phil's chat to LSB and his audience while he's restreaming. So that shows you what kind of meta of nonsense that's going on over there. But in any case, I think Phil just did that to spite LSB. That's what I thought, because why did you even play that game? But then again, I would have never thought he'd play, what was that, Dragon Builders 2 or whatever. I didn't understand why he played that either. That was another one of those games that was just out of his realm. It's not in his, not even in his forte. It's just one of those games that you just wouldn't think Darkside Phil would play. And he kind of forced himself to play that after a while. I didn't get it. And that, in him saying that he played Fire Emblem 3 is nothing compared to, I don't know if this is how you don't play out on it, but if you guys watch the later stages of it, he was letting his characters die left and right over nothing. He wasn't upgrading any of their weapons. He wasn't maintaining any of their weapons. He was lost. He was so goddamn lost in that playthrough. But that's what happens when you do stuff out of spite and you don't think things through. So it came back to haunt him. It's funny though.
These trolls there's no such thing as the hate army.
I'm just going to fucking ban everybody. It's going to be a very simple situation where I just go ban, 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 and that's it.
And now Prepare for the Meat is now banned permanently from the chat. Well, this is great. We're just getting rid of all the shitheads today. This is seriously great because we get them all gone, and then we don't have to pay attention to them at all once I finally start the gameplay. This is actually a good way to start the week. We just basically flush the toilet. All those little floaters that won't leave us alone are getting flushed before we actually start with the gameplay. This is absolutely exciting. I'm very, very pleased with how this morning is going, quite frankly. So, I would much rather deal with this shit here on the pre-stream, seriously, than have to deal with it during the gameplay. So, thanks to all the morons for speaking up and getting banned early. Very exciting.
Like, I am a nasty or toxic person all the time. Phil is a toxic, nasty person all the time. There's no actual positive value in anything he does.
SPB Original tipped me $2, said, I'm stuck in Texas, I don't have any water. I want to take a dump, but I have no toilet water. That sucks. So what are you doing? Are you, like, driving to somewhere that actually has water so you can take a dump? That's terrible. Taking a dump in the woods, maybe? Jesus. I heard it's so cold you probably can't take a dump in the woods. Your ass will probably freeze. It's like negative temperatures there, right? Jeez. Well, I hope things get better for you, SPB. I feel really bad for everyone in Texas who's going through this horrible thing, man. Random Game Roulette just cheers says, you think it would save money with an Xbox? Well, here's the thing. Ultimately, with Xbox Game Pass, yes, there's going to be a lot of savings in the long term. Short term, no, because really the newer games now aren't covered. It's going to be all these games that are going to be coming out under the Microsoft umbrella that are going to end up being covered by Xbox Game Pass. And of course, there will be a ton of those eventually. Right now, there's like none, right? So, I say none, probably there's a few. But the point I'm making is no, even if I had an Xbox Series X right now and I had Game Pass, I'd still have to buy a bunch of games. It would be eventually when those first-party games are finally coming out, right? That finally there would be a benefit. I think long-term Game Pass will be great. Right now, unless you're looking to play a ton of old games, which I'm not, I don't really see the benefit of Game Pass in the short term.
This idiot didn't just say that. Okay, we just talked a little bit about the viewer's choice playthrough, right? Playthrough event and all the games and all that nonsense. If you think about it, the Game Pass, the Xbox Game Pass, would actually be a good look because, what is it, $10 a month? I don't know, maybe more, maybe less, whatever. I don't fuck with Xbox like that too much anymore. And then I don't have the new console, the new Xbox console, so I'm definitely not thinking about it. But he doesn't need the new one either. He can go ahead and play it off last gen, and he could run the retrospective event. Sorry, the viewer's choice event off Xbox essentially. They could pick any game they want out of their old catalog, and he could play that. And that's point and shoot. The overhead on it, or just the general cost of playing, is next to nothing for him. And he's going to make out like a bandit. So why not do that? And he's still paying for Xbox Live, ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that he's not playing on his Xbox. He's an idiot. This right here is a golden opportunity, but because he don't think, and because he doesn't have any real perception or idea of his surroundings, is the reason why opportunities like this just slip through his hooves. This is a perfect opportunity. This right here should have been one of the major answers as it pertains to the viewer choice event. And he completely pissed that damn thing away because he isn't thinking. This is his job, right? Allegedly, this is his career, right? We play video games all day. And you have an option to do this and you won't do it. You own an Xbox. You're paying for the service. And you have and I think he actually has the Game Pass. Because I remember him bitching and complaining about it when they were talking about Xbox Live going up in price and so on and so forth before they abandoned that. So this right here is a golden opportunity, the golden snort, if you will, in the mist. And it doesn't have any value. It's not going to be useful. If it's not about new games, which is the only thing he's thinking about, by the way. If it's not about new games, I don't give a shit. And he doesn't have the new console yet. I wonder who's going to pay for that for him. Yikes. That's terrible. Funny, though. It's amusing, but in the overall, he's so worried about what other people think about him, but he's failing. He can do bad on his own. And he certainly has for a number of years. Wow.
But in the long term, I think it will pay out for a lot of people. It depends on what games you want to play. Like I said, eventually, let's be very honest here. Eventually, I'm going to get an Xbox Series X. We all know that I'm going to get it eventually. I don't know when I'm going to get it. In the long term, it could take a while to get it, but I'm going to get it eventually, right? when I finally have an Xbox Game Pass, an Xbox Series X, okay? And once all of these studios, all right, that are developing games exclusively for Microsoft start pumping out their games, then, boom, to get Game Pass, you get them all for the, what is it, 20 bucks a month, 10 bucks a month, whatever it is. That makes sense. To get Game Pass now, unless you're just going to sit there playing old games, it makes absolutely no sense. Had one cheer during the break. Fedorable Russian asked, do I wash my hands when I go to the bathroom? Of course not. Who does that? Who would do that? Who would wash their hands after the bathroom? That's disgusting. Right? I lick my arms up and down completely when I'm done going to the bathroom. I just make sure, like a cat, like Jasper, I just lick every single square inch of my hands, my arms, all the way up to the elbows. That's what I do. Save water. Okay.
Oh!
You know what? In a weird sort of way, that kind of justifies and or explains why he may not shower every day. You know, because we're writing everything off as a business expense anyway, right? Like all of our utilities and everything like that. So, you know, hey, why not keep my water bill down by not showering, or only showering when I need to? Think about it. Just think about it. Saving water. You know what I'm saying?
Where are we headed?
That is disgusting. Disturbing and disgusting. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
You know, real quick, I've heard stories of like those eccentric millionaires, right? Who like do quirky shit, like they only flush their toilet like once a day or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So they do all their business throughout the day, and then they just flush it once so they're not wasting water throughout the day, and other shit like that. Like there's some really weird stories out there on a lot of that shit, like on Howard Hughes type level kind of crazy shit. So I guess that wouldn't be too far out of the spectrum to say that someone like Darkside Phil limits how many showers he takes a week to keep his water bill down. Because if you think about it, think about the amount of times that he may shower. Once, maybe twice a week. And then, obviously, Catherine bathes and does her thing. Essentially, it's only one person bathing, you know, in that house a month. You know what I'm saying? And somewhere in this guy's head, he would think, you know, hey, that works out. That keeps the water bill low, and, you know, it is what it is. Because the only thing that really matters to Phil is the electricity and the cable. Or the electricity and the internet bill, I should say. He allegedly doesn't have cable. That's the only things that he really gives a shit about. He doesn't care about anything else. Well, and food, of course. You know, so his budget for whatever delivery services that he has, bringing them food every day or every other day or whatever. But other than that, he doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't go anywhere. He doesn't do anything, essentially. So, I mean, just keep that in mind. He's literally the type of person where if he could, what is that called? Like pay as you go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I only want to pay my water bill for when I use it or whatever. If that was actually a thing, I don't know if it is, but if that was a thing, Darkside Phil would definitely do that. He would definitely do that. Think about it. Just think about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into our second video of the broadcast. I'll see you guys after a small intermission. Wow.
warn everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
All right, sounds good to me.
One can only hope. Ladies and well, it's been a while since I've been able to catch that frame. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here for the second video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Snort Burnell, DSP, Gen Talk, unique code to give tips. Is that like a safe word? And no, and no condo tour for $1,000. If you did it for like 2,000 or 3,000, I bet you he would. He might do a room tour for or a studio tour or office tour, whatever the hell he calls that dumb shit, for $1,000. But nah, he's definitely not gonna let us see his condo. Not anymore. He's not gonna hide everything into the nook and then put it all back after the recording. But you never know. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this video was published on February 19th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. A unique code to give tips. I wonder if that's like a safe word. Well, let's find out. Here we go.
Actually, no, you guys want to see me wear 2 vests at once, so let's double that tips goal tonight. Everyone, smash the tips button right now. Stupid shit. Give me your money. Why are they always behind me? This is stupid.
As I'm playing, you're always behind me getting a cheap kill. I think the spawns are fucked up. Okay.
First off, that was I thought the whole double vest thing was done and over with. Oh well, I guess the double vest streak is done and over with, but I guess he still does that. Okay, so at least they still get to play Mr. Potato Head. So I guess double Mr. Potato Head, whatever you want to call it, double vest Potato Head. All right, that's the thing. Whatever. As it pertains to Call of Duty and how why is it always from behind? Well, because you're not paying attention to your surroundings clearly and whatnot, and people don't just come at you straightforward in war, like ever. They don't. It's not always going to be like that. There is something called flanking, Phil. It is a thing. You should consider. For all the years he's played Call of Duty, he should know that. And because Phil, for whatever reason, his hearing's bad, even before the gouty ear infections or whatnot. If you go back and look at Phil's old Call of Duty footage, he was always susceptible to being attacked from behind or from his flanks. So it is what it is. He's one of these narrow-minded people, players in a lot of ways. And I calling him a player seems disrespectful to other players, but it is what it is. He only cares about what's in front of him, that's it. And how he conducts himself in video games, especially Call of Duty, since that's what we're talking about at current, is, I think, a shining example of how he conducts himself in life. He only sees what's in front of him, and that's the only thing that he's kind of laser focused on, if you will. When he looks at his past, he only looks back at it for whatever success that he used to have, the people who wronged him, right? And that's essentially it. Other than that, it holds no other value. I mean, occasionally he may reminisce or whatnot about about better times, right? Or simpler times, or so on and so forth. But then at the end of the day, it's always someone's fault that stuff doesn't exist, or those friendships no longer exist, or so on and so forth. It's just how he's wired. You know what I'm saying? And there's a level of remorse and empathy that should come out during those type of situations, right? Like, let's say there's someone that you used to be really cool with, and you don't talk anymore. Not that you guys had a falling out or an issue or anything. It's just people grow apart. It happens. But every once in a while, you kind of reminisce about those times and so on and so forth, and that usually triggers people to go ahead and maybe reach out to them, or at least put it in their head. You know what? Hey, maybe I should call this person sometime when I get a chance to see how they're doing and so on and so forth. It's been a minute. You know, maybe I should try to catch up and so on and so forth. That's a thing, right? But for Phil, it doesn't compute like that, because it's almost always been in a negative light. Like, they're always breakups in some way, shape, or form. And more often than not, the signs were there. And it could have been rectified before it turned into what it turned into. And he didn't do it because he looked at it as it wasn't his fault. It wasn't a problem. At least it wasn't his problem, I should say. And so why did he feel the need to do anything? Perfect example, Project 7. When back in 2017, when it came back up again, he was like, hey, no one told me anything. If these guys all had a problem or had an issue, they should have came to me directly and told me that. I didn't see a problem, so I kept doing what I was doing, which goes back to the sociopath. You know what I'm saying? The mannerisms, if you will, of a sociopath, where the world revolves around you, and as long as you're not fucked up, what do you care about anybody else or their plights or concerns? He doesn't know how to read a room. And that right there feeds into his social awkwardness in a lot of ways. Because he can't, he can't look at a person, or he can't talk to a person and pick up on small cues that we all can pick up on, whether body language, tones and voice, things like that, little nuances and stuff like that where a person may be uncomfortable or agitated, stuff like he can't read those things. So because of that, it's one of the reasons why he don't go outside. It's the reason why he doesn't leave his house. It's the reason why he doesn't collaborate with people. He's scared of people, to be honest. He's very, very frightened of people. Think about the cucks that give him money every day. He doesn't trust any of them. Or he trusts them to a small extent, but he doesn't trust them like the way he used to trust Brightside Viking. No one's ever going to get there. And to Only Heist Coffee, Straight Up Homie, or any of the other guys over there, you'll never be... Swaggins. Well, Swaggins should already know. Swaggins should already know, because he got relegated to bitch status a couple of different times. Especially when the way Phil pushed Swaggins to the side for King Tut, or Tutmosis. Oof. Oof. I called Swaggins a bitch many a times for that, because Swaggins had worked so hard. It's funny to say this, but Swaggins had worked so hard to get to the position he was, and you had King Tut, like in the span of like a month and a half, came in and fucked all that up. You know what I'm saying? Fucked all that up. And Swaggins was reduced to nothing, which is one of the reasons why Swaggins and Alex Seidella, ended up basically fucking over Tut, or at least try to, which led to that exodus and all the nonsense that all entails. That'll all be a struggle against the grease sooner than later. But we'll go over that. So that's what led to that situation. But he don't trust people. The last person that was a real confidant who really had the keys to the Snorty kingdom was Brightside Viking. And even with Brightside Viking getting hit with the blood treatment, the blood eagle treatment, going over to Kiwi Farms and finding residents over there and kind of debriefing, he did have some great posts, by the way. Sorry, I know I'm going off on a bit of a rift, but just wait out there with me for just a second. Even though Viking did debrief to an extent, and he did give some pretty interesting insight into Phil's psychopathy in a lot of ways, his mindset and how he thinks and what he thinks of the trolls and everything. He never really debriefed in the way that he told us all the dirty secrets and shit. And all of the fucking piggy gay ops and all that stuff. He didn't divulge all of that. You know what I'm saying? And to say that, oh, well, maybe Brightside Viking didn't know is no. No, he knew everything, I think. Maybe not everything, but he knew quite a bit. He knew quite a bit. If him and Panda or Leanna did a tell-all book, even an online one for Amazon or some silly shit, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Just if they decide to publish a book, right? They should have Paul write it. Big ups to Paul. They should have Paul write it. But if they decide to do a tell-all, that Phil's fucked between the two of them, I think. I think Phil is in a whole mess of trouble between the two of them. Because you have Brightside Viking, who was doing all the dirty work online. He's heard all of Phil's rants, more than likely all of Phil's shit talking, not only about the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, but probably even people even in the Pig Roach cult itself, in the Gouty Gestapo. And then you have Leanna, who heard everything about everything because she lived with his ass and she dealt with it. And she was fighting on the front lines online for him too for a number of years. Between the two of them, that could be extremely devastating. Extremely devastating. Equal to the effect if John and Howard were to ever, it's never going to happen, but if they were ever to do a follow-up to the John and Howard, to their first response to Phil, and they decided to lay everything out, Phil Burnell would be done. Phil Burnell would be done. That would be a wrap. Now, keep in mind, that's all hypothetical Pignosis, our favorite game. But if any of that ever happened, Phil would be screwed. And these are, 4 people who were the closest to Darkside Phil. DSP, Phil Burnell. They know him. They've actually talked to them. Or talked to him, I should say. They understand him better than anybody. And he fucked all 4 of them over. He fucked all 4 of them over. In various ways. Think about it.
Oh, come on now. I raised my gun. I raised my gun to the face to get a headshot, and it didn't count as a headshot. That's bullshit.
I can tell you, I can smell the saltiness.
It's not one yet. Keep it tight. He wasn't there on my screen, so I didn't even bother. Then he appears and shoots me. It's like, no, he didn't load. The game does this all the time. It doesn't load the opponents.
Always odd teachers. What's my favorite kind of gin? In reality, I haven't had that many kinds. Of the kinds that I've had that I remember, Tanqueray has the most citrus-like flavor. I think I've had, what's that one that's like Blue Sapphire or something like that? It's pretty good. But I think and then there's Beefeater, which is kind of sweet actually, surprisingly sweet. I would say out of all of those, I probably do like Tanqueray better because I like the citrus and floral notes in it. Bombay Sapphire, that's what it is, not Blue Sapphire. Bombay Sapphire. It was pretty good when I think I've only had it like once or twice, and the times that I had it, I liked it. It's just most good gin is very expensive. Smash the tips bar.
I mean, I guess it depends on what his definition of an expensive is, but that Tanqueray that he was fucking with, that 1.5 liter wasn't cheap. I mean, it's definitely not on like the high end of like some other ones that I can think of, but it's not necessarily cheap, but it's good for what it is. It's like, it would be considered like the Grey Goose, if you will, of gin and whatnot. Like, everybody knows what Tanqueray is to an extent, and it's versatile. It's smooth. You know what I mean? It's smooth and it's versatile. So it serves multiple purposes, which is the reason why he did it. I think he only tried the Bombay Sapphire because either Panda or because there wasn't Tanqueray available. Because if you go back and you look at his old stuff, I haven't seen all of it, but I've seen the majority of it, or a good amount of it, I should say. Not even the majority, just got so many years to go through. Definitely Tanqueray carries the day. Definitely. Without a doubt. I'm talking about that was his go-to for everything. Everything. And even when he had the Bombay Sapphire, right, he had gone through many bottles of Tanqueray after that. Like, he never really finished that Bombay Sapphire until he went through this small drought. I don't know enough about it just yet to comment on it, but he was going through a drought for some reason, and he ended up killing off the Sapphire during that period. And then not long after, I'd say a couple months, we're right back on the Tanqueray again. So make of that what you will. But he's had a long relationship with Tanqueray, even to this day. And don't let him tell you differently. Do not let him tell you differently. You're talking about someone who bought 1.75 liters of that shit, multiples. We're not talking about just going to the store and buying one, killing it, and getting more. No, he'd buy like 3 or 4 of those things at a time. So he was always pretty well stocked up. Matter of fact, excuse me, in one of his early tours of the Snort Fort in Washington, that shit was such a staple, a casual staple, that it was on his shopping list that used to be pinned onto his refrigerator. It was an essential. Keep that in mind.
Button. Smash it as hard as you can, as frequently as you can. Smash. Tips, where are they? Please tip early. Tips, I needed them pretty badly.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint is secure. Look at this shit. Oh no! Of course they come up from behind. Now they're gonna get it. They're gonna destroy my turret and everything. Oh shit! Oh, good. Trophy system. Trophy system. What? He didn't die after that many bullets. Okay. Dude, why are they not dying? Right in the face again. The guy absorbs all the bullets. There's another one. Where are you running? Of course. Of course, I'm that slow. Right.
I smell salt.
He turns spraying bullets everywhere? What?
That's hilarious. Now, back to the previous point that Snort Burnell made. Yeah, footsteps are a thing, so the dude can hear you. So make of that what you will. In this particular situation, Phil should have won that gunfight. Like he got that first guy dead to rights. He almost finished off that second guy, but I don't know what happened. I don't get what the issue was, but he should have had that second guy killed. That guy should have succumbed to the gout. He really should have, and he didn't. And I don't know what to say about that, but that was kind of funny.
You saw what happened? My gun stopped firing. My gun stopped firing. I was aiming for him. It's like the game froze, and then I just died. I don't know what happened.
Georgia Craftsman cheered. He says, "With all of my penis ball and poop jokes, he forgets that I'm an adult, but it's crazy to think I've been on the internet for over a decade." So there you go.
I couldn't get it. Are you shitting me? I couldn't get the kill. Wow. I couldn't get it. I honestly don't think going prone in this game is good. I don't. It's good in certain Call of Duty. I don't think it's good in this one. I probably won't get a single kill prone. I almost doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Establish trophy capability. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's a waste of time. It doesn't really improve your accuracy at all in this game. And it doesn't make you any harder to hit. Wow! No opportunity to fire. He wasn't on. Now you saw that. I was on his screen for a full second before he had to aim and fire. I didn't get to see him until I was dead. I just immediately died. It's like, what? Complete stupidity is fucking game sometimes, man.
I like how he says that going prone is useless, and yet he continues to keep doing it. I love that part. That's hilarious. It's pretty funny.
I was going prone, and somehow the sniper still hit me perfectly. That's called aim assist quick scoping bullshit, you little pussy bitch.
Oh, you're gonna get salt, 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 salt. It's even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
Come on, no more! I'm not gonna get it. Nope, I'm not gonna get it. No, I tried, guys. Oh shit! I did it! I got 8 prone kills! I got 8 prone fucking kills! I can't believe it! I can't believe I did it! I can't believe I did it! Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Yeah. Our team lost miserably, but I got the kills. Oh my god, dude. That's insane. Yo, that's insane. The worst wager ever. The worst fucking prediction ever, and I got it done. Oh my god.
Wait,
that's
okay,
nuts.
I'm sorry. Let me go back, because I don't... What's he so excited about, exactly? What is this old man so excited about? I need to see this in its entirety. Give me a second. Let's see what we got here.
Come on, no more. I'm not gonna get it. Nope, I'm not gonna get it.
Is he sniping?
I tried, guys. Oh shit! I did it! I got 8 prone kills! I got 8 prone fucking kills! I can't believe it! I can't believe I did it! I can't believe I did it! Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. Yeah. Our team lost miserably, but I got the kills. Oh my god, dude.
Alright. So, I mean, was he sniping at the time? Like, was he supposed to just get a kill by aiming down sight? What was... What was supposed to be so prevalent about that situation? Oh, I see. Okay. So, you mean those fake bets with that useless penne points over there? That right there is what you're excited about? That's what all this came down to. That's useless. That's absolutely useless. Or was he looking at, or really was he just trying to get a one shot, one kill? Was he trying to do like one of those challenges for like the daily challenges for Call of Duty or something? I don't know. That whole situation just seems silly. Like to react like that. Like I would expect something like that from like a 10 or a 12-year-old playing Call of Duty for the first time, not from someone who's almost 40. And even if it is a challenge for the betting system that they have, that's still no better. That doesn't bring any more money into his coffers. So what was the point of all that? That's silly. All right, whatever. Let the old man have his moment.
That's insane. Yo, that's insane. The worst wager ever. The worst fucking prediction ever, and I got it done. Oh my god. That's nuts. That's fucking nuts.
I am #1 in the world.
Well, I did just receive a legit $25 tip from the Patriarchy. That gets us to $50. That is halfway to our tips goal. That means I'm supposed to be wearing Gunner glasses.
No, you gotta be shitting me. Instant kill. Now look how he killed me. Fucking quick scoping. 0 skill. Here I am doing my best. Doing my absolute best. And the game cheats. He didn't earn that. He didn't even lift his weapon on my screen. The game gifted him a fucking instant kill. Complete
Doing
bullshit.
your best, doing what? For all we know, he spawned in, he took cover, he slowly came around that cover to see if there was anybody in front of him, not checking our flanks as usual, comes up from across that, around that crate, sees someone and gets shot and killed. How are you doing your best at that point? Like, what was it exactly that you were doing your best? You weren't slicing the pie. It wasn't like you moved out from your cover and then moved off to what would be his left-hand side and whatnot. So this way you still have essentially control of your area. And then you see someone and you took them down. That's not the case. You just ran out there and you got shot up. What'd you expect? Wow.
Suck a dick, you fucker. You know what? Fuck this. War machine going on. War machine. Oh shit, look out.
Alright guys, we got about 15-20 minutes left on the stream. Last chance if you want to contribute. If you liked this wagering stuff tonight, I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you will contribute if you can.
And every single person could, oh, that's e-begging. That's not begging. That's advertisement.
Wow. Jumping kangaroo shotguns. Very realistic Call of Duty gameplay. Enemies destroyed your sentry turret. Bullshit. Bullshit. Had to drop fire first just because he's going prone. The game won't let the bullets register. Bullshit. There's no fucking invincibility frames when you go prone in Call of Duty. What? Oh, dude. I just spawned. That's not fair. Yo, that's not fair at all. That's seriously not fair. I just spawned and the guy comes out of the door and shoots me in the face.
I don't feed babies. I only feed strong and working adults. You better grow up like me. Then I'll feed you.
Bullshit. You're full, dude, no way, no way. Absolutely no way, the game is full of shit. There's no fucking way.
I wouldn't consider that a true drop shot, but it's pretty close, to be honest with you. Him definitely changing his center of gravity certainly helped with that, but Phil's aim is atrocious. So I don't see, or I didn't see, I should say, any reason why the opposition wasn't going to lose that gunfight. So it is what it is. His aim is just terrible. It's so bad. And yet again, not to say that this is a strength, but he should be playing the long distance game. But then again, we've seen examples of him losing that too. So I mean, he's just terrible all around. Just stop playing first person shooters, okay? It is what it is. Just because Call of Duty is a big release each and every year, even though that's in a decline too, doesn't mean anything about anything. You're seeing someone, ladies and gentlemen, who doesn't have a niche. Most people would call it like a jack of all trades, a master of none, but he's not even that. He's just outwardly bad at everything. What's the 2 major games that he may be good at? 3, let's say. Let's just try to be generous about this. Walking simulators, JRPGs, and Street Fighter. Well, older Street Fighters. Not even older Street Fighter, just Super Turbo. That's it. Like nothing else. No game is going to be so monumentally good that Darkside Phil plays it and it's going to immediately bring him popularity or wealth. It's not going to happen, but that's why he keeps playing the new releases, because that's what he's waiting for. At the end of the day, in our current day, games don't carry the streamer anymore. The streamer is the person who carries the content. You have people on Twitch who play really old ass games and have 500, 600, 700 people concurrently, and those games are old as fuck. They're old as dirt. You know what I mean? Maybe not as old as what was that game that was so bad that they had to bury out in the desert? I remember reading stories about that. Was it E.T. for like the Atari or whatever whatever that console was, or whatever that situation was? Like that. Like, maybe not be that old, but you know what I mean? Like, you guys get my point. Like, there are people who have made a very good living off of playing old retro games. And are constantly growing in popularity if that's something that you value. Phil plays every new release he can pretty much get his hands on, more or less, and he's still right where he's at. Maybe, just maybe, playing what you want instead of playing what people think is going to be good, or instead of playing what you want, instead of playing what you think is going to be good, might be the way to go about it. I'm just saying. Maybe if Phil actually enjoyed the games and actually showed that he was worth the damn as a gamer, so to speak, he might be able to garner a much more supportive audience, instead of just having people who think that they're owning the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics because they give him money. Like, you know what I'm saying? As much as Phil shits on his audience to try to appeal to the detractors, in a lot of ways, his audience does the exact same thing to antagonize the detractors. And at the end of the day, it's all weirdo, fringe type shit. You know what I'm saying? Pull what entertainment you can out of it and just discard the rest, to be honest with you.
Ignore the bullets, then go phone and insta-kill me. Fuck this game. Oh my god, dude, fuck that. This is nonsense now. Come on, fuck your mother. Fix up. First plane going up. Dude, I give up. This is completely unfair. How can you say, oh, get less than 10 deaths? I riddled his body with bullets. The game doesn't register the bullets. The game doesn't register the fucking bullets. All hostiles eliminated. The guy was full of bullets. It doesn't make any sense at all. He's full of my bullets. Oh, I'm alive. Oh, I shoot you once, you're dead. Terrible game.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
Bullshit, are you serious? Another point-blank bullet that they ignore. Unloading the clip into his face. Oh, that doesn't count. Fuck you. Losing B. Oh my god, there's no one to kill. What the fuck? They spawned directly behind me. I'm looking everywhere. Fuck this game, man. Sometimes this game is a piece of shit. Are you fucking serious? I'm looking everywhere. Oh, spawn him directly behind him. He's not looking. Fuck you. He was invisible. I was staring at the door and he wasn't there. I die, then the game shows him on my screen. Oh my god, Treyarch is bad, man. Spy plane established overhead. He walks right through all my bullets. I told you, it's bullshit. They're not good. It's fucking garbage fucking connection. Walk through all of your bullets. Yeah, okay.
Am I enjoying the game? Yes, I am. But I am not the Hitler of gaming. What a stupid question. Alright, enough of this idiot.
So if you're a regular stream viewer who tips, alright? I'm not going to say any names or whatever, because there are a few of you, I'll say probably about a couple dozen people who regularly like to tip during the streams. I have an idea, and this actually came up by a stream viewer who regularly tips. Make a code word, okay, that you will use when you tip me.
Huh?
And what you can do is, when you tip me, you can say, Phil, this is my code word, I'll type this in every tip from now on, so that you'll know it's really me. Okay? So, for example, let's say, I don't know, who's here today? That Anonymous is here today, my moderator. Let's say that Anonymous was going to tip me, okay? Here's what he could say. Alright, Phil, my code word is cheese. So every time that I tip you moving forward, I'm going to use the word cheese at the end of the tip, so you know it's really me. Now, here's the thing. When he sends me that tip with that message, only I see it. No one else could see it but me. So I know what his code word is. So now from now on, if that anonymous was going to tip me, he could say, hey, Phil, here's a tip. I hope you have a good day. Cheese. And now I know that's from him. Now,
Wait,
I don't even
okay.
need to...
Okay. So we're asking for people to have a safe word to now verify whether their tips are real or not, and to obviously prevent people from imitating other people. I thought he already had that under control. I thought he could see who like the real anonymous is compared to a fake one, and that right there discerns that right there basically weaves out the distinction. Why are we doing this? And why does he think this will even work in the long run? And more important, who cares? The troll tipping has kind of outweighed people imitating other people anyway. So that's not even a concern. Who gives a shit? No one cares. And most of the regulars who were being impersonated, it's not long after when the original ended up showing up and kind of, blowing that up and out the water. So what's the point of any of this? We've literally been resorted to having safe words now. That's what we're doing. Okay, sure. We need a safe word to tip. That's amazing. That's amazing. All the alleged safeguards and all of the all the different restrictions and stuff that he put in place to guard himself, protect himself, everything that he asked his audience to do to protect themselves and their identities and so on and so forth. Now we're going to go to safe words. Yikes. All right. See how this plays out.
Look at my PayPal. I know that's from him. You see? So, this is a good idea, actually, because it prevents someone from trying to impersonate a regular contributor. It will completely cut out that problem of me having to wonder if you're real or not. Okay? It would save time. It's just great. Jay Hawkwood is here. He said, I was watching your condo tours on YouTube last night. Would you ever do another condo tour? Maybe as a sub goal or a $1,000 tip goal? Whoa. Like, if I got $1,000 tip, I would do it. That's insane. But anyway, I've already explained this many times. In a nutshell, no. What? Sadly, these days, people will use any little piece of information about me or my life to twist against me and basically hurt me. And as stupid as that sounds, people have done some dumb stuff, like look at a bill sitting on my countertop, figured out the company who does my power from that, called the power company and tried to turn off my power. They've impersonated me in other businesses and tried to... One person, this is true, a person figured out, alright, how to log in to the local authority here and sent them a $1,000 payment in my name that I didn't authorize.
What? There's no proof of any of that. And if I remember correctly, it wasn't $1,000. I thought he said it was like $2,000 or $3,000. It doesn't matter. He fudges the numbers anyway. But he has no proof of any of that. Not one. As it pertains to someone saw a video of me, going across a bill on my bar. This is back in Connecticut, and they figured out the company. He picked up the fucking envelope and showed it. It showed his name. It showed the company. It showed the company and whatnot. This is someone who came out and purposely doxed himself, and so by proxy, he doxed his friends. He doxed his own family. He did that on his own. This is someone who has done older condo tours where he showed, like he would get like packages in the mail, yeah? And he would zoom in on it and you could see his address on it. He even said, actually, in the same video that I was talking about previous, where he showed the envelope, he's like, everybody knows my name, they know where I live, I don't care, no one's ever done anything, they're not going to do anything. He did that himself. He did all of that on his own. So, yet again, what are you talking about? And then all this other nonsense he's talking about, he can't prove it. He can't prove none of that happened. Just because he said it doesn't mean it did. Just like how he said, oh, they tried to cut my water off, or they tried to cut his electricity off in Connecticut, or when he went to Washington State, I'm sorry. He can't prove that. He has no evidence that proves any of it. Just because he said it happened doesn't mean it did.
What?
This was a couple years ago. I think it was 2-3 years ago. They actually emptied my bank account without my permission. And then I had to call them and argue with them and be like,
The money is mine, and I want the money.
I didn't authorize that payment. This was because someone got information out of a video that I made. You know? This was several years ago.
He's talking about when yet again, he has no proof of that, but he talked about, I think he talked about this when he ended up getting hacked. And that's when they found out, like, they got into his internet service, and they got into a couple other things, and they pulled a pretty good plethora of information out of it. Argent has a video going over. I think all those guys did a video around that time. Him, Theo, and Tevin. Praise be, did a video about that around that time. That's when we discovered, was it DSP Enterprises? It wasn't Burnell. It wasn't Burnell Productions. That wasn't a thing yet. I think it was like DSP Enterprises, and I think that was linked to his Comcast account. That's when people found out about that. They ended up finding out that that's when they said that he was actually running. His home wasn't actually a home, but it was actually an office building, and he was doing certain stuff, and he had his own personal IT department. I would have to find the Argent video on it, where Argent actually goes through all that. But that shit was wild. That shit was wild what Phil was pulling. Like I said, if I do find it, I'll link it down in the description. Or I'll certainly ask someone to link it down in the description, I should say. If not, I guess you could put DSP Enterprises into YouTube, and Argent's video might pop up. Or a Tevin video or a Theo video will pop up, because I'm pretty sure all three of them went over it. But, yeah, there was all kinds of nonsense that came out of that hacking situation. All kinds of shit that came out of that hacking situation. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy.
When I actually was still doing videos in my house. Okay? So this is why I don't fuck around with this stuff anymore. Every little thing that happens can be twisted to hurt me. So, as of 2017, 2018, I stopped sharing personal information about my life with you guys outside of my office. My life has become dramatically better since then, and I'm not fucking with that. So the answer, Jay Hawkwood, is although what you're saying may very well be very well intentioned, the internet back then when I used to do condo tours was very different than it is today. There weren't thousands of malicious, basically moral-less people on the internet trying to hurt people just because they can. And I didn't have any negative repercussions from doing condo tour videos back then. Today I very much would, so fuck all that shit. I'll just continue to have a good life, and my streams will be my streams separate from that life, okay?
There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, when he did all those early videos, roughly 9 to 10 minute videos, broken up into like 4 to like 6 or 7 parts, he was making probably a good amount of money on those videos at the time, first off and foremost. Secondly, though he was begging for views and everything at that time, and then Patreon and all that, I mean, that's what ended up coming back to haunt him, essentially. When he moved into the new house or townhouse or condo or the Snort Fort in Washington, when he moved there and he talked about he was in dire straits and he needed support and he needed help, and he had left Twitch the first time, and so, you know, PayPal was initiated, and he's like, yo, I need you guys' help, this, that, and the third. I need you guys' support, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just moved into this house and I have all these expenses. What's the lore? Supposedly it cost him $10,000 to move across country, when in actuality it cost him $4,000, but whatever. Semantics. When he really started to really lean on these people for more direct financial support. Not to say that he wasn't getting financial support already, but once he really started to lean on these people, right? Because he had been conditioning them for years. And to turn it into essentially crowdfunding and ad revenue is when it came back to bite his ass. Because essentially he was begging for money and saying that he was broke and saying he was really needing help, but then he was going on staycations. He still had all these food. He was doing all these DSP trizits. He was doing all these different things, and it's like, well, how can you afford all that when you say that you're broke, or when you say that you're in dire straits? It's something that the SOK as well as other people pointed out at that time. It wasn't a very good look, and it's what ended up haunting him later on down the line. That's why KO Gaming was essentially going to be fucked no matter what, because whatever success he was getting off of KO Gaming, he was spending it the following month. He was spending the following month, and what happened is the KO Creation KO Creation Community Program, or whatever. I think it's KOCC. With that situation there, that's essentially was going to be his in-house. This is how you don't play. This is something that the audience was going to contribute to. He put it on his channel, slapped the logo on, and then put it on KO Gaming and profit from it. Now, obviously, the residuals of it is that the people who actually made those videos, people within his fan base, would get some, popularity or get some exposure, whatever you want to call it. Supposedly, Loophole actually sent in "This is how you don't play," and there was a little bit of controversy behind that. I think Phil ended up putting it down or taking it down or whatever the case may be. But that's something you guys can look into if you guys are interested. But that was going to be his lick. That was going to be his new thing, on top of the hateful truths that he was doing that were kind of gaining in popularity, because bigger content creators saw it and shouted him out in their videos, and it all ended up fizzling out because, it fizzled out for a bunch of reasons. One, he just didn't want to put the work in. He got tired of it. Two, his another attempt to get rid of "This is how you don't play" and try to profit from it by his own means didn't work, because some of those "This is how you don't plays," those fan-made ones, were terrible. They were just really, really bad. And, excuse me, if nothing else, they were mainly there to appeal to Darkside Phil and his ego. It wasn't about being entertaining. So essentially, any type of recognition or any type of recognition, I should say, that was going to be given to any of these content creators were going to come out of the very community that they were already part of. So if anybody really cared about who these people were, or if these people had made prior content and wanted to get exposure, you were going to get it from the same people who you were allegedly already cool with anyway, more or less. Not everybody knows everybody in the DSP community, just like not every detractor knows every other detractor. So it kind of works along those lines. But essentially, you're still pulling from the same pool. You're not getting exposure to a wider audience. You see what I'm saying? So it was doomed to fail from the beginning. But make of that what you will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our next break, and then I'll see you guys for video number 3. Because that's the thing. Oh, shit. But that's what really led to the downfall of that. At the end of the day, you can't sit there and cry poor and then basically flaunting your money and then recording that and putting it on YouTube to try to get even more money. So there you go.
Right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
All right, that's sounds good to me.
Stanty Pants did a
Oh
100-bit
boy. Wasn't expecting this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the third video that will make up our broadcast. Brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Okay. Sex makes me uncomfortable. Yikes. Opinions on VTubers. And there is, hold on, let me check my notes. And there is no way to stop chargebacks. Oh, you don't say, Phil. I thought you were completely and totally immune to it. I thought all the trolls who did that stuff was losing their money. And it was fraud. And you could be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Imagine that. A piggy in a blanket who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, this video was published on, yet again, was published on February 19th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Burnell was working double duty that day. God bless Burnell. All right, so there you go on that. Yikes. All right, here we go.
And says, I have full respect for your aversion to romance missions, but I did have one question. Have you ever considered, I can't speak. Have you ever considered participating in them under the pretense of role-playing? For example, in my run of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, my Cassandra was a dominant pansexual woman with mad swagger who romanced with everyone. That's how I approach romance movies and games, so I want to know what you thought of that. I think it's perfectly fine if you enjoy that kind of thing. I don't. I, personally, don't want to participate in those kind of missions. They make me uncomfortable. I've explained this to you guys before, alright? When you're hanging out with your friends, and you're having a good time, right? And there's a movie on, all of a sudden there's a big, sex scene in a fucking movie. And you're sitting there and you're staring at your friends, or you're in there with your family members, you're like, this is uncomfortable. This was obviously meant to be watched either with a romantic other, right? Or this was meant to be watched by yourself. I don't want to experience this with someone.
Oh shit. Okay, first things first. As it pertains to your selections of your sexuality in game, or how you want to go through your romantic tree or whatever, that's completely and totally up to you. At the end of the day, it's a video game. You shouldn't feel uncomfortable about anything. It's a video game. It's not real. But whatever. It is what it is. I guess at the same time, I guess it's as real as you want to make it. So you can throw your hooves up in the air for that. If you're watching a movie with your friends or your family and a sex scene comes up and you immediately start looking around at people, if there's a problem, it might be just you instead of everybody else. Now, here's the thing. You're watching a movie with your friends and family, a sex scene comes up. So what? It's part of the movie. It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. You shouldn't feel anything about anything, right? Unless it's a terribly performed sex scene, or that shit doesn't fit in with the story or doesn't add to the story or whatever the case may be. Outside of that, what's the point? Like I saw a movie recently. Jim Carrey is in it. Is it dark? Is it called A Dark Crime or Dark Crimes? I can't think of what the. I'm pretty close, I think, to the thing. But basically, Jim Carrey plays as a detective, and he's on his way out. He has like one more year or whatever. And there was a scandal the year before. Someone had gotten killed. A well-known writer, I believe, was killed at one of these sex dens, or whatever the case may be, and or a sex club, I think is what they call it. I think this was like somewhere in Europe. It might have even been Russia, maybe. But anyway, the guy got killed there, and he was the lead investigator. He basically pinned this one guy for it, and for whatever reason, the guy got off. Now, keep in mind, like I said, let's say it was in Russia. Back in those days, just like with Detroit PD, just like with LAPD, just like with the DC police, if whatever they couldn't get to fit, they made it fit. I'll just say that. And eventually the guy got exonerated. He got publicly shamed and embarrassed. Some friends in the department pulled strings so he could keep his job until he could retire and have something. The guy, you would assume Jim Carrey's character had been a detective for many, many years, and they didn't want him to lose all of that. So they put him in this like no-show job. Not a no-show job, but they put him as a record keeper essentially for the last year, and then he get his full pension, and then he can walk away. And another situation happened at the sex club, the same place, and he wanted back in because he wanted to redeem himself and so on and so forth. He wanted to go out on top, and that whole movie is there's a lot of a lot in there. They did not hold back. They did not hold back in that movie. There's nothing in particularly uncomfortable about that movie outside of the fact that it's the type of thing that you don't normally see. But when you think about the dark tone of the movie, it kind of makes sense and it fits in. But that's me looking at the narrative and me looking at it, or anybody who's also seen that movie. If you haven't seen it, please check it out. Because it's really like S&M type dominant type shit. It's something, I gotta tell you. But anyway, the point being is that for the narrative, right, and for the tone and how the story's going and so on and so forth, that's what you're invested in. The sex and everything else that comes around it is built into the story itself. It's not like they just blatantly threw it in there just to do it. It's part of the overall story. It's what the story essentially circles around, and the people who engage in it, prominent as well as otherwise, so on and so forth. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I look at the story for the story itself, and I don't look at for these little nuances that doesn't mean anything about anything unless it's contributing to the story. For DSP, he clearly has a problem with sexuality, and that's what bothers him. That's why he was so egregious with how he used to make his sex jokes and everything back in the day. Don't get me wrong, everybody makes jokes about sex and so on and so forth, and they ham it up or whatever the case may be. But if you guys go back and look at some of it now, you could tell with a lot of Phil shit, it was forced. It was very forced, and it comes across from your typical virgin type, you know what I'm saying, mindset of what sex is really like and so on and so forth. And that's one of the theories that I hold with Darkside Phil, or Phil Burnell, I should say, is that I think his first sexual experience wasn't what he thought it was. I think he probably watched a good amount of porn, and then when his first experience came about, it didn't work out the way he thought it would. That also kind of ties back to Leanna, or Panda Lee. I think, honestly, she was probably his first. And I think in the fact that their first sexual encounter or encounters, she wasn't completely repulsed by it, but he didn't get the reaction that he thought he would. Kind of one of the things that discouraged him and maybe even turned him off from it, to be honest. I think at the same time, though, I think he still clinched on to her and eventually ended up isolating her and everything else that came with that out of fear. I don't think he wanted people. I think when he presented Panda to the audience, he wanted people to see him as some people try to describe him as a Chad, and oh wow, he was able to get a younger chick or whatever. You know, he must have his shit in order and so on and so forth. He wanted to come across as successful and as relevant, not just on YouTube in air quotes, but in his personal life. He didn't want to be known as just this fucking nerd who yells at the TV all the goddamn time. It was supposed to make him look like it was more than what it was. Remember, perception. The problem is that he couldn't live up to the physical aspect of it. I don't know if it's physical. Well, it's definitely physical, but I don't know if it's more mental. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know what his problems may have been, but it's certainly, it's a factor. Then you go back to that whole situation at that Catholic school, and I'm not making assumptions about anything, ladies and gentlemen, but I will say that in some of the stories he talked about, some of that comes off very odd. You know what I mean? Now you have to take into account his age and so on and so forth at that time and whatever, but yet it still comes across kind of strange. You know, you're going to a Catholic school. Your parents were very devout Roman Catholic, as he described. They did go to church and so on and so forth, but you have this attraction to this particular teacher who's a nun, and you try to woo her with all of these different things. That seems odd, because you go even for his age, you know she's a nun, right? So you know that she's already taken an act of celibacy, right? Even though there's been plenty, wink wink nudge nudge, there's been plenty of stories floating around that have made it into the newspaper going back to the 40s, 50s, if you want to really look, where, interestingly enough, you hear these stories about, oh, these kids that were supposedly dropped off in front of the church and whatever, and they took them in and they adopted them and all this and that. And then people really go back and look and they're like, oh, well, come to find out, that child or those children may have not have actually been dropped off on that doorstep. Supposedly, some of those younger nuns, or even some of the slightly older ones, but they were still in that age to bear children, were actually the mothers of those kids and whatnot. But yet at the same time, they're all supposed to be nuns and everything, right? And the church had a pretty good reputation in some of those towns and so on and so forth, right? So supposedly, doctors came in quietly, delivered the child, and they went ahead and had the cover story that the child was abandoned and just was raised by the church, because they didn't want anybody to really know that these people are sexually active when they were supposed to be taking acts of celibacy, going back to supposed allegations of orgies and all that other nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, that's something for another time or whatever. What I'm doing, though, is just trying to paint a scenario for you as it pertains to certain situations. So that's just something for you guys to kind of think about and let float through your noodle too, because there's some interesting stories out there if you're willing to look that goes over some of that. But let's jump back to Phil for a minute. So a lot of his ideas on sexuality and sex in general is definitely conflicted in the way of someone who's just coming into puberty, right? As a grown-ass man, none of those things should affect you. You know what I'm saying? When you get into he's almost 40. So seeing a sex scene in a movie shouldn't bother you. So why do you have to be with your significant other or by yourself to enjoy a sex scene? Not a porn or anything, ladies and gentlemen. A sex scene in a movie that lasts, 40 seconds? Maybe a minute? Maybe 2? Think about that.
Else. Same thing with the stream. I'm streaming a game. Oh my god, a romance mission, sex mission. I don't want to participate in that stuff at all. If my wife and I wanted to watch a movie together or play a game together and we wanted to experience that together, that's one thing. That's not the kind of thing that I want to broadcast in front of hundreds to thousands of people. It's uncomfortable. It's immature in my opinion. It's not anything that I'm interested in. And people should respect that. They shouldn't say, oh, well, Phil should just do all of it because, ha ha ha, it's hilarious because it makes him uncomfortable. No. Instead, you should say, I respect you, Phil. I understand why that's not interesting to you. And I'm not going to make you, I'm not going to make you try to force things or anything like that. All right? I get it. I get that you've changed. I get that you're in a better life position now. And you don't want to make uncomfortable sex jokes and things in front of hundreds of...
I know he keeps saying that he's in a better life position, but that's not how it's actually portrayed. Like, either Panda broke him mentally, you know what I'm saying, as well as physically, maybe. But either she broke him mentally, or Catherine finished breaking him mentally when she came in. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. It's very clear that he's gotten a whole lot worse since Panda's left him and with his time with Catherine. I don't know if I go as far as saying that she has complete and total control in that house. No one could ever say for sure. It's possible, but it's hard to say. Yet again, perception. At the same time, his couple of years with Catherine, we've seen him break down physically. And he's definitely in a different type of... He's definitely become even more erratic mentally in his time with Catherine. I don't know if I could blame that on Catherine or put that on her, but he's definitely different. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. Like, these little things that shouldn't bother anybody bothers him to such an extreme that he reacts in the way that he does. And it calls certain things, it prompts people to go ahead and make assumptions or to theorize about what the fuck is actually going on in that house. Let alone with that. That's not a relationship. Let's be honest. It's a marriage of convenience. That's clear. But there's certainly something underlying going on that's fucking with him. And it has been for a number of years. And you've seen the physical toll. Let me give you a great example. I want you guys, actually, you don't even have to go far. Mighty D, Mr. Huff Stuff, James the Lesser, all three of them should have something close to the variant of some type of variant. You look at what Phil looked like before Panda left him in early 2017, and you look at Phil after his first year with Catherine in 2000. Catherine got there in February 2018. So I said after a year. So basically, the first year anniversary of her living there. He's a mess. He looks like a complete and total fucking mess. Yeah, he was a fat bastard, a fat pudgy bastard and shit when he was with Panda, but that just meant Panda was taking care of his ass. Well, food-wise, and whatnot. Everything else, Phil couldn't get it up, so she couldn't really do much with anything anyway. That's why he jerked off on stream, because of his depression, dude. But if you look at what he looked like while he was with Panda, and you look at what he looks like now with Catherine, it looks like he's sick. It looks like he has like a terminal disease, I should say. He looks like he's sick. He looks like he's withering away. And that's a scary thing to say. All jokes aside now. You know, I understand we're all here to point and laugh and shit and to cut bacon off his back and all of that, but let's be serious for a minute. He looks sick. He looks really sick. And as he's physically been deteriorating, so he also has mentally as well. And you're seeing that translate through games. He's always been bad at games. But over the last couple of years, he's been at his worst fucking point. To the point where he has the nerve to sit there and say that these games are hurting him. It's physically hurting him to play these games. To fail at these games, I should say. When he came out of his face and said that Tevin... when he came out of his face and said that Tevin hurts him, that right there, to me, even early on, laughing it up and thinking that shit was hilarious, when I stepped back from that situation, I really thought about it. You've never seen this man a day in your life. Tevin says that you've had at least one conversation with him prior to that, many, many years ago. And it seemed like you took some of his advice and then you tried to discard him after that. But you've never had enough contact with Tevin, and Tevin I wouldn't say he didn't have. He didn't exercise enough influence to turn the tides against you at that time. How the fuck did this man was hurting you? You know what I'm saying? And the way Phil said it, and the way he looked at the camera when he said it, when he said that, when he expressed that, I should say, it reminded me of how he feels when he looks at the camera when he says how John hurt him. And that right there is telling. That shit's very, very telling. And then let's jump back real fast and let's continue to move on. When you go back to the Panda relationship, you have someone who threw herself at him mind, body, and soul. And he rejected her at almost every chance. Now he's in a situation that he can't even get his his wife, air quotes, he can't even get his wife to spend time with him, even if he demanded it, it wouldn't happen. You're seeing a complete and total twist. The dichotomy as it pertains to who's in control of a relationship is completely changed. Economically, if not to say that you can equate money with economics, but let's play this for a minute. Emotional economics has completely changed. He yearns to have Catherine's approval and to spend time with her. And from what I see, and I can only speak for myself really, it's not happening. She's not interested. In the same way as it was when he was with Panda and how he treated her. It's poetic in a lot of ways. It's karma in a lot of ways. And that right there should give him a better understanding of how he treats people as a whole, or how he has treated people, and maybe how he should consider treating people moving forward. But he can't see that. And for that is the reason why he suffers. And this is the reason why I think he acts the way he does. Just something to think about.
Thousands of people on the internet anymore. All right? If you don't respect that, leave. If you don't like me as a content creator and the kind of content that I put out because it doesn't have that stuff in it, leave. Don't sit here and bother me because I'm not going to put up with it. Okay. See, here's SPB Original.
Oh, I've changed. I no longer like sex. Oh no, I like sex with my wife.
I mean, outside of your hoof, that's the only one you're supposed to be having sex with. Right? Right? Right.
Oh!
Benefactor.
Oh! You're a disgusting pig. That is absolutely disgusting. And however we choose to personally experience that behind closed doors is our choice, not yours, and it's certainly none of your business. So shut the fuck up about it and stop bringing it up. Period.
Now, by the way, that's not standard.
How we experience the... Okay, we're not... I'm not even going to delve into that part. I'm not going to even delve into that part. But here's the thing. This is... We're supposed to be talking about a video game here. Not how you and Catherine decide to spend your panty time with each other, or lack thereof. Perfect example of that is Phil's wedding night. You guys remember back then? You guys don't? Let's go ahead and do some more lore, shall we? So, April 10th, 2019 is when Darkside Phil got married. He tried to get that shit blown up on Twitter. He had that shit all over Instagram. A lot of people came out and supported him and said congratulations within his own fan base. On Twitter, instead of people, not to say that there weren't people who were like, oh, congratulations that Darkside Phil got married, it was more like the Medicare response. Who? He got married to who? He got married, period? Are you sure? Is this like a troll gay op or something? He really got married? He really found someone that was going to marry him? Oh, congratulations to congratulations to Darkside Phil. It was met with disbelief before anything else. People had to run these scenarios in their excuse me. People had to run these scenarios in their head on whether it was like a troll op or something before people actually took it into consideration. Something that Phil was very pissed off about. After that, it was all a matter of, okay, let's see the wedding pictures. We see the wedding pictures, and then that's when the micro-analyzing and the dissection of how the wedding went and where the wedding was and so on and so forth. It's just a normal day in the life, right? If any of you guys are a member of the DIA, you know what went down. You know what kind of work went behind all that. It was a fun time. I got to tell you, it was a fun time. With that being said, it was met with disbelief, and once the exception came in, once people accepted the situation, then it was just like, okay, well, congratulations, he got married. Good for him, and best of luck to her. End of story. But that night, what did Phil decide to do? Instead of sitting there consummating his marriage like he's supposed to do, he instead is on Twitter and on Instagram blocking comments and arguing. Well, not really. I don't think he argued with anybody. I think he was just blocking comments on some people who had some snorty little remarks to say. Now, granted, it's kind of understandable to the fact that, okay, he didn't want to go ahead and screw his feed up with all this negativity and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, all you're doing is looking at a glass that's half full. What about all of the well wishes and all of this and that came out of that? Think about when he came back and he did that podcast announcing the situation and all the money he made off of that. None of those things were taken into account. Oh, it's what the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have to say. That's essentially what he spent his wedding night doing. And people were able to actually, because you can tell by his Twitter and his Instagram timelines, you can tell how much time he spent dealing with all that. And we're talking about hours. This is the time that you should be there giving Catherine the business. And instead, you're sitting here doing that dumb shit. Mighty D actually, I think, has a video going over that as well that talks about this. That's how this man chose to spend his wedding night. Not going ahead and spending this intimate time with this woman that he loves, his soulmate. Sorry. His soulmate that has now become his wife. It's fighting with the trolls. Which is even more ironic because on April 1st of that same year, he said, oh yeah, we're going to Connecticut to visit my sick and dying parents, but we're not getting married. I can't afford to get married. 10 days later, well, 9 days later, basically, he's married. Another point of contention, to say the very least, which just leads into a much bigger story. But we will save that for another time. Something to think about.
I'm just saying. I understand where he was coming from. Some people like to roleplay as characters in life. Here, my personal take, it makes me uncomfortable to think that I would want to roleplay as someone else. If my life is good, which it is, I don't want to roleplay as someone else. I enjoy who I am. I don't want to be somebody else, so I don't want to roleplay.
So, I don't want to roleplay as something else. Or somebody else. He realized that doesn't make any sense, right? Because anytime you play a video game, you're stepping into the life, you're stepping into the part of your character. So essentially, you're role-playing anyway. On top of that, not that I would expect Phil to role-play as anybody, but if Catherine comes in there with like a sexy French maid type outfit or something, or dressed up as a sexy nun, that's a thing. Or whatever weird, or a sexy stepmom, whatever Phil's into. Does that still make her anything? Does that degrade her from making her less your wife just because she is role playing in this type of scenario? Does that make you any less you, if you will? Just because she dressed up to spice up your marriage or whatever, which is something that couples do. Is that really something that bothers you? Or do you really think that takes away from what you and your wife or significant other or whatever actually has going on? It's bedroom time. That's between you and her or them or whatever. And that's it. The only type of approval that needs to be made is between you and them. So what's the big deal? Like, why do you feel like you're giving up an aspect of you? Like, do you really think Darkside Phil likes being Darkside Phil? Or Phil Burnell really wants to be Phil Burnell? You guys don't think that in those drunken tirades that he has, or self-loathing that he has, he doesn't wish that he was someone else? I'm sure he does. I actually bet money on it. If he could do his life over, at least for the internet aspect of it, he definitely would. Because look at how the cards played out for him. It didn't work. It really didn't work out. And yes, I still hold to the point that he was destined to fail. Why wouldn't he? He failed at everything else he did. But to sit there and let something small like that infringe on your sex life is stupid. At the end of the day, that's between you and her. So who gives a shit? But it's these little nuances that he expresses through his thought process, because he has nothing really else to talk about, shows and gives you guys a better insight into what probably actually goes on in that house. Phil's a notorious and a terrible liar. For sure. He's a notoriously terrible liar, I should say. Sorry about that. So when you hear things like this, these are the type of things that gives you a better idea of what his relationship is really like. Or lack thereof. It's almost like the pleads. Let's not say pleads. What's the word I'm looking for? It's the confessions of a lonely person. I can't be any. I could be even more blunt about it, but let's try to be humane about this for a minute. It's the confessions of a lonely person who, yet again, is trying to keep up the persona, the facade of being in this loving relationship. And if you're in a loving relationship, you don't need any of these extra things in your marriage, you know what I'm saying? Or you don't need to put yourself in the place of something else because you're happy there. You're not happy, clearly, though. You say you're a successful businessman, but you're the furthest thing from it. And everybody can see that. People say that your marriage is a sham. It more than likely is. And then the way you're talking about your sex life here, it doesn't help. Especially when you had the nerve to sit there and blame you jerking off on stream, or you just jerking off in general. You blame that on your depression because you and Panda weren't intimate. But the problem is there's a sharp contradiction with that, because lore, DSP lore dictates that Panda wanted more sex and you couldn't perform. That's not a depression situation, because he doesn't really have a grasp on what depression is. But that's not a depression type thing. That's a you type thing. That's a DSP-ism. That's you getting in your way. Just something to think about.
Is any other person. I like me. So there you go. Alright, this is a legit tip, thank God. This one is from Sturban1, who tipped me $10, and he says, what do I think about the VTuber trend? Would you consider becoming a VTuber? Well, alright. Well, first of all, I guess what I need to do is understand it. And from what people have explained to me, I've never actually seen one of these things, alright? For them to understand the way a VTuber works is, it really is a live streamer, right? But the live streamer uses an animated character on the screen rather than their real person on webcam. Like, it's a rendered character, right? Like 3D rendered character who looks kind of like an anime character or something like that, right? And I guess the streamer plays that character on the stream rather than it being the real person. It's like they're portraying a character on the stream.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Now, I want you to think about this too, because he's trying to sound smart, but yet again, he's only exposing more about his psychopathy. Phil has always tried to distance, at least over the last few years, he's tried to distance himself from the DSP Darkside Phil King of Hate moniker. You know what I'm saying? When you see Phil Burnell, you're supposed to be seeing the real him, you know what I'm saying? His most honest form, no bullshit, all that nonsense, yada, yada, yada. Everything else was a part to play because immature, brain-dead kiddies like that type of shit, and that's who he tried to appeal to. Keep all of this in mind. The way he's describing the situation now, as he's trying to understand, in air quotes, what the VTubers are, only proves that Darkside Phil, or DSP, and Phil Burnell were all one and the same person from the very beginning. On camera, he tries to ham that shit up. He tries to act like he's a tough guy. He tries to act like all that bullshit. When the camera's off, he's a coward bitch, and he'll run to even his enemies for help if he needs somebody. You saw that with Hutch. You saw that with Nick Rekieta. You saw that in the fighting game community with Viscant, as well as other people. It's what he is, which means that there is no difference between the two. What you see is what you get. He is it's a molding, or a melding, if you will, of all of that. DSP is Darkside Phil. There is no persona. It's just what he is. He's just an asshole and a coward. And that's it. So when people try to, let me give you an example. People try to say, and some people actually still believe this, that when you see low tier God on camera or on stream or whatever, that's a persona. But then when people I've seen and I've read a lot of the accounts of people who have met him in real life, and I say the guy's dude. They say low tier God is nice as shit. He's a really cool guy. He's a down to earth dude, and so on and so forth. And he basically says in no uncertain terms that it is a persona, because he wants to be an actor, so he looks at it as no different. Now, I can't contend to any of that either which way. I've never met Low Tier God. I can only tell you about the accounts that I've read about or what I've heard other people say about him. But I guess you could say with Low Tier God it would be a little bit more believable if you chose to believe that. But not with DSP. Not with Phil Burnell, not with Darkside Phil. He's just a scumbag. Period. Absolutely period. So there is no distinction between the two. So when you look at a VTuber who decides to go in and play this role, right? It's just that. It's them jumping out of it's them shielding themselves or jumping out of who they are on their day to day to go ahead and jump into this persona that's a little bit more playful. It's a little bit more different than what they're normally known for doing. DSP could never ever say that. Even if he did try to do something like that, he would end up reverting back to what he is, to the most basic common denominator, and he'll never be able to escape that. And I think that in itself is more interesting than anything, if one was willing to give it the time, of course. So he has no right to sit here and try to even come to any terms of understanding about it, because he can't. He can't separate it. This is someone, ladies and gentlemen, who couldn't, in air quotes, separate his business from his real life. He had to bring them together. He had to merge them together. He couldn't do anything else. And in turn, he lost everything. He lost I wouldn't even say the love of his friends, but certainly the respect in some terms of his friends, right? Or camaraderie. He either lost it or gave it up. Probably both. He lost the love of the only woman who ever really cared about him next to his mother, meaning Panda. He did it for what? A house that's slowly but surely falling apart, and he's too stupid to figure any of that out? For all the money that Phil Burnell puts in, or brings in, I should say, how much of that do you actually think goes into the house outside of paying his mortgage and paying property tax and his HMO? How much has actually gone to improvements and everything? He's had a bathroom downstairs, or one of the bathrooms, that had been broken for a couple of years. And the only reason why he couldn't get it fixed is because he didn't want to pay someone else to come out and do it, and his father couldn't travel. Or, let's reword that. He couldn't justify having his parents come out again to come fix his home. Or fix an aspect of his home. So that goes ahead and scratches all that. So what does he have? What does he have? He doesn't have, like, you know what I'm saying? That house is falling apart, I would assume, in more ways than one, and in more places than one. And he hasn't done anything to contribute to it. Not at all. He's so desperate to try to just keep it, because that's supposed to be one of the symbols of his success. And in actuality, it's crumbling from beneath him. And he doesn't even realize it. He barely maintains it. When he does have to yearly go out there and pressure wash or whatnot, he makes that shit sound like it's a goddamn chore. He hates the hell out of having to do that shit. Matter of fact, I don't even think he owns his own pressure washer. I think he has to borrow his neighbor's. Or at least he did the first year or two that he was there. So just think about it. He's not someone who's good at maintaining anything, whether relationships, friendships, or even his own home. He's so desperate to just keep it or get rid of it when it's not useful to him. He doesn't care about what happens in between. And that right there, I think, is even more telling than anything else. So if he can't do that, then how the fuck is he going to have any real understanding or grasp on what VTubing is? Or just what internet personas or personalities are? The very persona he tried to put out there, that mask, which is all it was, and a poorly constructed one, it slipped almost as quickly as he put the damn thing on. And over the years, all you've seen is the real Phil. The one who's disgruntled, the one who is disgraceful in a lot of ways, who's doesn't appreciate anything. He's a complete and total degenerate in a lot of ways. Whether it's his drinking, whether it's his alcohol, whether it's his alcohol, whether it's his pills, whether it's his gambling. You know what I mean? He's one of the grudges of society in a lot of ways. It's just internet society. He's one of the examples that no one is as they appear to be. You know what I mean? And that's just common sense. We all know this. And why do you think there's been so many people on his fucking neck for all these years? If he really did nothing wrong. If it was just hate just for the sake of petty hate, people would generally let him just fizzle out. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You don't gain the ire of people for no reason. It just doesn't necessarily work that way. And all of his shortcomings and failures have come back to bite him in a way that's unique, I think, to even locals. You know? Even Wings' missteps have not come back on him the way that it has for Phil, even though Wings has taken far more shit. He's dealt with far more shit, more real life shit than Phil has from his trolls and haters and so on and so forth. But I think Phil's still even unique to that situation. Like it's a different level, you know? There are different grades to this shit, if you will. The quality, I think, of the people who troll like Wings of Redemption or Low Tier God and DSP are completely different. Even though there is a crossover audience between the three of these guys, for example, it's completely different. It's completely different how they do it. And each one of them has their reasons. Whether you consider it valid or not, it's up to you. But they all have their reasons. And all of them are driven in different types of ways. You see that in the detractor community over here with DSP. Every detractor is driven for a different reason. You know what I mean? And how they're and whatever it is that motivates them, you kind of see it in the work that they put out. Yeah, it's you see the same thing over there with Wings, but it's more deep seated. You know what I mean? It's and I think that's the reason why, in a lot of ways. Sorry, I know I'm just kind of going along here, but I think that's the reason why. I think that's the reason why you saw Tevin do what he ended up doing. To be honest. Because if you remember, and I'll try to be brief about this, I will really try to, even though I'm not brief. Tevin was always someone with an opinion. And in a lot of ways, he genuinely wanted to see Phil do better. I don't believe that Tevin had any maliciousness behind what he did or what he was doing. And he wasn't trying to make this personal. It wasn't that type of party. You know what I'm saying? And Phil's the one who chose to do that. Phil's the one that chose to bring it to that level. And Tevin retaliated accordingly. And he could have done so much worse. You got to understand, like, I don't know if Phil knows this, and I don't know if most of you guys know this, but if Tevin really, really, really wanted to hurt Phil, he could. And I don't mean physically. I mean if he really wanted to fuck Phil up online, he could. That's a dangerous thing to have. And I think Tevin could have done it in a way that even Fred probably couldn't have done. Fred Fox. Or Freddy Boy from Sons of Kojima. He could have really screwed things up for Phil if he wanted to. And he didn't. He could have, but he didn't. And I think and I honestly think that's one of the things that pisses off Phil even more. Because I think in a lot of ways, Phil knows that. Phil knows that. And he can't control it. Because there's a lot of people, no one wants to have someone else have something over them, right? And then that person decides to exercise a form of mercy. You know what I'm saying? Is even worse. Like, you know what? I could blow you out the motherfucking water. I'm not going to do it. But I could do it. And I may even be tempted to do it because you have cut me off at the knees on some shit that didn't even need to happen. But you did it because you were a bitch and you wanted to retaliate against me. And you know what? I could retaliate back, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to take that motivation, right? I'm going to take my ire, I should say, against you and turn it into motivation to go ahead and better myself in this craft that I want to do anyway. And as time goes on, I'm going to be known even further than you are. And whenever people say your name, they're going to think of me. And you can't do anything about that. And over the years, in those rants that Phil has had about Tevin, it expresses all of that. It backs up everything I said. Whenever people think about Darkside Phil, more than likely, the next name that's associated with that is Tevin. And Phil will never be able to escape that. And here's the real kicker, and then we can move on. That's Phil's fault. Him bumping Tevin off of Twitch with those other two fellas came back to haunt his ass in the worst possible way. Yet again, you go ahead and let Phil go ahead and tie his own noose. You let it put him around his own neck, and he'll handle the whole situation on his own. Or, sorry, the actual motto is, you give Phil enough rope and he'll hang himself. And that's what he did. And he did it in the worst possible way with Tevin. And now look. And now Phil can't even retaliate against him, even if he wanted to. But then on top of that, he lost the bad guy. He lost the boogeyman. He had spent all his time building Tevin up to being the bad guy, and now Tevin doing his own thing with no regrets or anything. He's stronger. He's so much more well-informed, and he executes so much better because he's had time to, to mature and to develop in the streaming thing, right? In this content creation thing, that Phil couldn't touch him even if he wanted to. If DSP tried to go to war with Tevin right now on Twitch, Phil's fucked. There are so many other content creators that would side with Tevin over Phil that what's the point? And Phil already knows this, but he doesn't want it to be demonstrated to a much larger audience on the internet. And that's why he has to sit there doing what he's doing. So now we have to lash out at LSB. Now we have to lash out at all the other restreamers. We need to build them up to be the next Tevin, if we can. And that's not going to work because most of those guys are starting to get bored with you. So now what? Now you're just out there in the voids and the landscape has opened up. So now anybody can come on in. So now that period of having reasonable people, at least some of them, I'm not reasonable, but having reasonable content creators come in and do content on you is one thing. You know what I'm saying? And you made it sound like they were, they were basically killing you. Now, if it ever does happen, I should say, you could have a different demographic come in, a bit more radical. The type that are willing to bring the fight to your fucking doorstep. Like, like the shit with Wings that happens. And then what are you going to do? And that's not something he's thinking about. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, he had it so bad all those years prior and leading up to this very moment, when in actuality, the landscape in the DSP detractor community is wide fucking open. It's wide fucking open. And if a more, wouldn't say edgier, but if a more determined group decided to come in, who didn't mind touching the poo, as they call it on Kiwi Farms, or just bringing the fight to his doorstep, what's he gonna do? You're gonna run back to Tevin and say, please have them stop? You're gonna run to LSB or Dark Dave Mears and ask them to stop? Or are you gonna run to Agent Proper and finally give him an interview and say, hey, this is my side of the story, can you please have these people stop? And even if you did, do you really think that would do anything? Think about it.
That's my understanding of it. Please, by all means, if I'm not understanding it, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I may not know what I'm talking about. That's what people have told me it is. Okay? But if that's the case, like, here's the thing. If you are 100% known that you're just a character, that's what you're known for, and that character somehow becomes popular, hey, I guess all power to you. I guess some people would argue, oh, that's not genuine, because it's not the real you, you're portraying a character. I hate to tell everyone, that's no different than what a lot of top streamers do. Right? A lot of top streamers, they're dressing a certain way, they're acting a certain way, they're dyeing their hair, they're acting over the top, they're screaming, they're doing mannerisms that are something that are a character. See? And Stupid Things Ninja says, for Sunday, for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, no one should ever give a fuck what that guy ever says. A fucking insanely lucky dude who acts like a fucking cartoon character playing one shitty fucking game. Gets insanely lucky, and he's gonna say that like football players don't work as hard as Fortnite players. Something stupid. Like, what a dumb fuck. What an ungrateful dumb fuck. And if that character is what gets over and what people like, you're doing exactly the same thing as VTubing, except you're showing a real human there, dressed up, rather than just showing the animated facade. There's really no difference. There really is no difference, okay? Now, obviously, some people are going to be upset, because I actually heard about some of this. I actually heard, and this, maybe I'm maybe I'm misunderstanding. I've heard that there's some female streamers who get a certain kind of audience, let's be honest here, certain kind of viewer, who likely is a male viewer, who fawns all over them, and tends to, like, donate a lot because it's a female streamer. Obviously, I completely think this is stupid as hell. This is women preying on lonely dudes. I think it's a messed up thing that this happens. I don't agree with it at all. Alright? If you're putting out quality content, that's one thing. If you're preying on guys on the internet because they just want to dump money on you because you're a girl who dresses up for your fucking stream and you're flirting with your stream viewers, I don't agree with that at all. That's my personal take on it. You can disagree. I think it's fucked up and it's immoral. Alright? That's my take on it, okay? But apparently there are some of these women who do this for a living.
But what he... Okay. This is the same idiot who marketed himself as being the underdog of YouTube. He's someone who tells it like it is, and because of that, it makes him a bad guy. It makes him not. It excludes him. Sorry, it excludes him from being one of the golden boys of YouTube or Twitch, and so on and so forth. And if you guys don't support me, my voice is going to get stamped out, and who else is going to speak for you? That's the same concept. It really is. We're just moving from gender to an idea. And if you guys don't support that idea, an idea that obviously you guys, believe in, because if not, you wouldn't be here, it's going to get, then another person gets knocked out. And the guys who stay on top, or who are on top, will stay on top, and you little guys always get peed on. That's funny, because isn't that theoretically still how it is? And what's the difference? What's the real point of it? There are plenty of guys out here, or plenty of people in general, who tell it like it is, who are very honest about what they say, and they get shit, but at the same time, a lot of those companies respect them and are still willing to do business with them because it's all in how you and all in the presentation. It's all about how you present it. If you come across like you just came out of a drunken stupor, right? No one's going to take you seriously, and that's all Phil Burnell is. He's just someone who came across as a very belligerent, angry individual, right? Who didn't really have a frame of reference on anything and just shot from the hip in the hope that he could hit anything. Call of Duty reference. And more often than not, it fell on his face. But the group was just radical enough to keep backing him, to keep him going. I'm not going to sit there and try to make any associations with him with any, I don't know, hate groups or anything like that. But that's kind of how it is. It's like those fringes of society. It's like the fringes of society. These groups that feel like people have turned on them. You know what I'm saying? That their jobs were taken by other people that didn't deserve it. Oh, that these people who are rich don't deserve to be rich, or whatever the case may be. And they all rallied together because they finally found someone who believed in what they believe in and was ballsy enough to say it, so to speak. That's all he is. That's all he ever represents. To be honest with you, what he does is even more dangerous than the thoughts. Because with the thoughts, it's a fantasy. If you don't get that, that's on you, but it's still just a fantasy. Phil is literally trying to control every aspect of your online life if he can. If he can keep you on his streams and on his YouTube content, watching the games that you would want to play yourself that you can't play, or you're choosing not to play, or you're choosing to play at a later time, he wants you to watch him and not watch anybody else. I'll give you an example. This is the same idiot who had the nerve to say that his peers are all liars, they're all shills, you shouldn't give them money, and you shouldn't support any of their content because they're only doing it because they were paid to do it. These people do not care about you. They don't have your best interest in mind. He's the last of the honest gamers. And if you guys don't support people like him, then everybody else is just going to be a corporate show that's going to basically be manufactured. And you'll never have anything else about anything else. Despite the fact that Phil's a sellout. And he always has been. He always will be. He's actually even more dangerous than the very idea that he puts out, because he supposedly knows the difference between right and wrong, and he'll still cross the line anyway. As long as he can benefit. He only needs them to allow him to be big enough to get to that next step. If he has to watch those guys burn, he will. It's like the common fear of man, right? Okay, so this is how essentially it works. If you have a person who's scared, right, of anything, just whatever. Let's say you have a person who's scared. What makes them less scared, right? By having other people fear them. And if those people fear him, right, then they'll more than likely submit to his will. And then they will, over time, learn to respect him. Stockholm Syndrome, essentially. But essentially what the whole point of that scenario is, someone taking their fear, insecurities, and everything else, and basically pushing it on somebody else to make themselves less afraid. And then bringing those people into the fold to make them stronger through numbers. And it's just a continuing process. That's what Darkseid Phil's done. He spent his entire online career doing that. All these people who support him are nothing more than bricks to be stacked up. Nothing in between. Nothing to actually necessarily hold those bricks together, except for, oh, I've stacked you guys up. You guys need to hold yourselves together. You guys need to be strong as a group. And that strength fuels me, not yourselves. I'm not here to try to better you people. I'm not trying to turn you guys into free thinkers. I'm not trying to do any of those things. I want you guys to think the way I think. And anything else that comes out that is different from that or differentiates from my thought process, you need to get the fuck out. You need to convert, pignosis, if you will, or you need to get the fuck out. That's all he's ever wanted. That's the path of the least resistance, to be honest with you. That's why people call him a cult leader. He doesn't need free thinkers. He doesn't want free thinkers. He wants people who will take the knee to him and will do what they are told to do. Do as I say, not as I do. And even when you get those outliers, those few people like Super Blind Man, for example, who stood up for Last of Us 2, it didn't matter because he still cucked out the Phil in the end anyway. And the only reason why Super Blind Man did it is because he was really passionate about it. The movement, or what, sorry, let's reword that. What Super Blind Man was trying to defend was bigger than himself. You know what I'm saying? He was pushing for games to be more accessible for those who have a disability. So when Phil took shots at the game, he's like, hey, you're taking shots at me. And you're taking shots to people like me. I'm giving Super Blind Man maybe a little bit too much credit, but just flow with me for a minute. And Phil didn't care. He didn't care all the years of money of money and support that Super Blind Man gave him. He didn't give a shit that Super Blind Man was trying to defend people who have disabilities. He cared not for any of that. Oh, you're a brick who fell out of place. Oh, let me put another person in. And you go ahead and think about what the fuck you just said. Because if I don't like the game, I don't like the game. And you should respect that. But Phil couldn't respect him enough to see things from Super Blind Man's point of view. So, who's in the wrong? Now, in the end, to be honest, is both of them. Phil, because he's a piece of garbage, who can't see the world through other people's eyes unless he can somehow twist that vision to somehow catering to his own agenda. And Super Blind Man for being a bitch and not sitting there and standing up for the very people he said he was fighting for. When he sat there and trotted his ass back to fucking Phil, he just proved he was just as much of a cuck as the rest of those guys. That's what it was. Which is weird that you have a grown man fighting for another man's approval. Seems strange. But that also goes back to Phil talking about all these other grown men who have hurt him. Seems strange too. Let's continue.
We're now upset because these VTubers, these virtual girls, are just, animated. They're not real people. I mean, there are people behind them voicing them. but they're basically virtual girls are actually getting attention and traction in the streaming communities. They're getting followings, and in a lot of ways, they're taking up the money that these women used to make doing what they do on the internet, alright? So it's kind of like, I don't know, like, this is basically almost like a...
That was that was projection. That's a lot of projection here. This is a lot of projection. Phil's disdain against titty streamers, as he likes to call it, has always been a thing. Because you have these attractive women up there playing video games and not doing it particularly well at times, or whatever the case may be, and yet bringing a lot of people in and taking money, and or just really taking money out of the pocket of people like Phil, who believes that money should be theirs. So this right here is really just projection. This is him expressing his own thought process and or frustrations through the very people who he has bitched about in the past, to show that disdain towards VTubers. Because let's be honest, VTubers are a growing trend. I mean, it's big business. I can't remember the particular VTuber that a couple of the fellows here follow, but she's on some high tech shit. Like her particular model cost her about $20,000. She her capture software and the rig and everything that's set up for, because it's more than just a webcam. It's so much more than that. It cost like that costed her. I guess that was all part of the $20,000. But she uses like actual like motion picture like software to like capture all of her movements, because she actually moves. She actually does shit. Right? Capture full body movement and everything. All kinds of these different nuances or whatever. That's something that major motion pictures studios use, and she was able to get it. I mean, if you got the money, you can make shit happen. She was able to get a hold of that. She's devoted to what she's doing, and I assume the big VTuber companies out there, because there are quite a few of them. If she hasn't signed up for one of them yet, or hasn't been signed to one yet, I should say, they're clamoring at the bit to get her. It's big money. At the end of the day, let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? There's not too many people who are going to feel offended looking at some anime titties. It's not that big of a deal, yet again. And that's a thing. So now you have someone whose model is familiar enough that you've seen in some type of manga or anime or animation. And now this person's actually talking to you and interacting with you and so on and so forth. That feeds yet again back into the fantasy. And there are people who are willing to pay for it. At the end of the day, do what you want. There are people who pay to fuck porn stars. If that's what you're into, I guess, I suppose. As long as you're going about it in a safe type of manner, do you, if that's what you're into. It is what it is. Yet again, this is projection on Phil's part. It's him using a former adversary to get his opinions out there, because let's be honest, if you want to look at it from the totem pole type standpoint, Phil is still at the bottom. And now you're having all these different groups that have just come up, have jumped ahead of him, and have in a lot of ways eclipsed him. Now, has that eclipsed the game community as a whole? No. Not necessarily. It's probably set them back a little bit, but it hasn't completely eclipsed them. But DSP has certainly not benefited from anything that's gone on. As technology has evolved, as all these different things have happened, he hasn't benefited. He's not even on the fringes of any of this. He's kind of at the bottom. He's in the dirt. He's underground in a lot of ways. Well, he's in the ground more than he's underground. It's just what the situation is. And he'll never be able to rise above it. So all he does is look at these people as he just looks at all these different situations and these different individuals and these different genres that are coming in, as he just looks at them as more adversaries, more opponents. And he, in his head, he's kind of just hoping that they'll fizzle out. But whenever these new adversaries show up, these new when these oppositions come into play, they're making more and more money than the people who came before them. Even if they do fizzle out, even if they do pick up and leave, they're going to leave with so much money and whatnot, and so many other opportunities as it pertains to sponsorship and advertising that Phil won't be able to fathom, let alone will Phil ever even get a piece of that. Think about it think about the analogy of back during World War I and World War II, right? You see a lot of these cartoon illustrations of all these different countries looking at at certain countries or whatever as if it's a piece of a pie, right? And all these countries are cutting to get themselves a piece and so on and so forth. Phil doesn't even get the crumbs. He just gets an empty pan. That's it. And that's kind of all that he's settling for, is the empty pan. Because he doesn't have any real appeal, nor does he have the fight in him to grasp for anything more. So he's just kind of stuck with whatever he can get. Whatever that is given, if you will. Most of his fan bases, most of the people in his fan base, I should say, are into stuff like that. And more and more of their money is probably siphoned to these different things. So he's barely even able to hold on to his audience. That's why tipping has been kind of bad lately. Maybe the morning stream, he pulls in a good amount of money, but in the late afternoon and evening, all that shit's dried the fuck up. And when you look at some of the times that some of these other streamers are streaming compared to Phil, you can kind of see where the money's going. To be honest, it's like anything else. Follow the money. And if you do that, you can see why Phil's in the drought that he's in. That's in a lot of ways why the Mr. Potato Head dress up bullshit that I've been spouting about for this long period of time is even a thing. Because once Project Melody and all these things started to really take a hold on some of these platforms, is right around, well, Project Melody was around before the vestry. But if one was to interpret it in a certain type of way, you could see this was his lazy ass attempt to try to get in on that. Oh, people like people who jump into other personas and dress up and shit. I can do that. I'm still me. It's just a vest, or it's just a hat, or it's just the gamer glasses, so on and so forth. You guys kind of catching my drift? You kind of feel the vibe that I'm putting out there? Same concept. It's just done in a very poor type of way. It's him wanting to be in, but not wanting to be categorized with those same people or with that genre. It's just a really slimy type of way of doing it. And because of that, you get out what you put in. And he didn't, outside of the vest streak, he didn't get too much of anything. And it didn't matter because the money, he blew all the money anyway. He's an old man trying to fight for relevancy that doesn't even exist. The world has changed. And sadly, Darkside Phil has refused to change with it. Now he can't.
Purist versus a new school technology argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion, it's all the same shit. Seriously, in my opinion, that's all the same. And I don't like any of it, personally. Like, I think it's all stupid. I don't think that anyone should be so dumb that they're just throwing money at someone for a virtual flirting and shit like that. It's dumb as fuck, okay? But essentially what happened is people realized, you could capitalize on that market with a created character, right? And what's the difference, let's be honest here, with people here who have the waifus and things like that on the internet, and all these guys around the world that are completely enamored with anime and shit. What's the difference between that and the VTuber? Seriously, like, what's the difference? I don't know if there is one. Because it seems to me like it's exactly the same thing. It's just, to me, it's sad, but it's still the same thing, right? So, how can you argue one way and not the other, right? How can you argue that a human being completely dishonest with their viewing audience, flirting with a guy and making him feel like maybe he's gonna get something out of it that's never gonna happen, right, is somehow better than someone made a virtual character that doesn't exist and does exactly the same thing and someone throws money at them? Like, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Like, you put two and two together, there's no logic there. See what I'm saying? Like, it seems like if you're okay with one, you have to be okay with the other, right? But they're not, because they're angry because someone else is basically doing something similar to what they were doing and basically making more doing it. They don't like that. They don't like that, or maybe not making more, but taking away. You know, it's called market share. They're now sucking the market share away from them. It used to be this certain group of people who did it, and now it's virtual characters doing it. Personally, you guys know my take. That's the dumbest thing ever. I'm never gonna think that's anything worth anyone's time. People who support that, I mean, if you want to, go ahead, but I think that's incredibly stupid, a waste of everyone's time and money, and I mean, what the hell?
Like, how are you ever going to have a real life relationship if you spend your whole time sitting on a stream with someone across the world who's lying to you, flirting with you, pretending like they like you just to get money from you? You're never going to have a relationship. You're never going to have anything meaningful in your life if that's what you do with your time. That's a complete waste of your time and money and effort. You should be out there actually maybe trying to actually have a life for yourself that's not virtual, and it's, you know, actually meet a real woman who is romantic and you can have a relationship with and actually build something with in real life instead of wasting your time on virtual shit. I'm just saying. I realize that what I say and do matters because people will listen and people will not only follow what I say and believe what I say. I'm a cult leader. I had a cult. Like, I'm brainwashing children. DSP cult leader.
Anyway, that's my take. Now, would I ever do anything like that? Listen, as a joke, yeah, maybe if someone wanted to see something as a ridiculous joke. Phil did a VTuber stream for April Fools or something, right? And I figured out a way to do it easily. It wasn't a big deal. I could just do it one-off stream or something stupid. Then yeah, I would never do that as something serious. You guys know who I am.
So we talked all this shit about VTubers, right? And the whole virtual fantasy bullshit, how it's dishonest, it's egregious, and all that bullshit, so on and so forth. we talked about all that, and yet, like a good whore, if he could do it, and if it was easy, and it's something to put together, and I could do it as a one-off, nothing serious though, I would do it. Well, if he made a bunch of money off of it, who's to say he wouldn't do it again? And do it again. And do it again. Like the vest streak, for example. This idiot's so desperate that he'll just go with whatever works. He doesn't have any scruples about anything anymore. He'll sell himself out to the highest fucking bidder. Jesus Christ, if he could fucking sell Catherine off or rent her out, he would. I mean, keep in mind, you know, Tyrone and Jim have the market share on that anyway. Remember, market share. But, you know, but if he could, he would. Who's he fooling with any of this? If someone developed an avatar for him, showed him, and went through the fucking tenuous process of trying to teach him how to use it, he'd do it. And if he'd do a one-time event, I guarantee it'd be like a marathon type situation, and he would ham it up, full-blown clown mode and shit. And if it was successful, if he pulled more than the usual, so let's say instead of $200 a day, if he pulled $600 to $800, maybe even $1,000 off of that, I guarantee you he would do another one-off just to try to gauge it, see if people support it again. And if he could somehow slide it in such a way that he could make it a normal thing, or an everyday thing, if you will, he would. Because that's how his mind works. Because that's how the vest streak started. Essentially. Wow.
You recognize my voice. You've been seeing me do this for over 12 years. Dude, I'm not gonna turn all of a sudden one day into a fucking VTuber who hides his fucking face and you're like, no, yo, now I'm doing it. No, that's not gonna happen. That's ridiculously stupid. Not gonna happen at all. Okay. No overtime tonight. There's no more overtime at all. I told you guys. I mean, unless things change at some point. But right now, there's no ability for overtime whatsoever moving forward. The Herb Brother cheered. He says, I can see DSP being awkward around weed like he does with sex and game. Awkward around weed? I mean, no. For me, the few times that I did weed, I didn't really feel that high. The first time, I didn't feel high at all. After that, definitely, like, what would happen is, like, I would want to talk a lot about life and, you know, the afterlife and what's the meaning of life and what's this and what's the big picture. Like, I used to talk with I used to smoke weed when I was in high school.
Things that never happened by Phil. Oh, yeah? Things that never happened? Listen. Fuck off. Fuck off. These things did happen.
And I would talk with my teenage friends about what do you want to do with the rest of your life? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? You know, that kind of stuff. And then when the high would come down, like, what the fuck did we just talk about for like 3 hours? I don't know. I was high. I don't know what I said. Right? Really weird shit like that. But, you know, if I smoked weed now, I doubt it would even affect me that much. Seriously, like, it would probably just, I don't know, I'd probably just be angry or, I don't know, mellow. I'd probably go to sleep. I'd probably, oh man, fuck this, I'm so mellow, I'm going to sleep. Fuck you guys. You guys talk amongst yourselves on this stream. I'm out of here. I'm chill.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の抗争に巻き込まれていた
There is no stop. Boy, people are stupid. You're still getting chargebacks after implementing the stop to them? There's no stop to them. What it is I can stop certain things from happening, but there's no foolproof stop. I explained this to you guys last month, at the beginning of January, actually, that even though there's things that PayPal thinks work, they don't. They're not foolproof. There easily things get through the cracks, and sadly there's issues with tipping that it's just not foolproof. Even utilizing all of the security features of PayPal, fake tips still get through all the time, and there's nothing I can do about it. I was able to curtail a lot of the stuff that was happening that was really screwing me over big time, but there's no way to foolproof get rid of it. So there's still going to be fake tips, there's still going to be chargebacks. In particular, like I said, the chargeback that I had earlier today was from November. That was before I implemented any changes. Fucking November. That's how long it could take for someone to hit you with a chargeback, which is fucking bullshit. Am I wearing the vest tonight? Well, right now we are up to $20 in tips, so we need to raise $80 more in tips in roughly the next 50 to 55 minutes.
If he was really blocking tips, or blocking people from tipping him, troll tips I should say, and if he was really refunding those troll tips, we wouldn't have this problem. What happened was he tried to dispute them, and it came back to haunt him. That's what really happened, which only feeds back into that greed and shit. So all those months, I should say, where he told you, oh, I'm gonna refund this guy back. Oh, I'm gonna block you from tipping. Oh, I don't want to go through this trouble later on down the line to bite me in the ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna go ahead and give you back your little tip or whatever and fuck off. He fought each and every one of those, and we're talking about some of those tips were only $1, $4, $5, $10 maybe. He fought for each and every one of those damn things. And look at how it bit him. And look at how it bit him. And it's funny, too, as it pertains to how the chargebacks have evolved, right? Because when the first real arc within the chargeback saga starts with Mort. It's back in 2017. It took, I think, Mort did chargebacks from like 2 months ago. Or, well, 2 months in his timeline. Then it evolved to 3 months. Now it's evolving to 4. I really wonder how far back someone can charge back something. Because if you can charge back 4 months, I bet you could charge back 6. Just saying. If we're in February, well, at this time right here, we're in February, right? If people are charging him back from November, I bet you someone could charge him back to September. I bet you. Now, a year is probably way too long, I would think. But I'm thinking 9 months, maybe 10 months, that's probably your limit. I'm thinking. But I'm wondering, but I surmise that you could probably charge back him as much as 6 months. Now, keep in mind, I'm not trying to give anybody no ideas. This is just me thinking. But I'm starting to really lean towards that. I'm really starting to think that. Because Wings, when he gets charged back, he doesn't talk about it like this. Or he doesn't go into specifics on how long ago the tip happened. So, if you can charge back 4 months, ladies and gentlemen, you could probably charge back 6. And if it's a big enough tip, they may let you go back as far as 9. 8 or 9, let's say. Something to think about.
So that's really on people contributing and watching. That has nothing to do with me. Okay? See what happens.
Gel Sculpture said, you said chat doesn't talk to you. Why don't you try engaging chat? Talk to us, ask us questions, entertain us. You're the streamer. That's not how it works. Why would I want to ask you questions? My job is to play the game, enjoy the game, have fun, and share that experience with you and react to what you talk to me about. Not also while I'm playing the game, now come up with 20 topics of discussion. Why am I playing the game then? Anonymous Dollar Tipper says, in the past you said it's on your viewers to make streams entertaining, whereas other streamers say that's their job. Why do you differ from them in that regard? I've literally never said that once. I said that my job on a stream is to put out an entertaining stream, but it's your job to interact with me.
With only about half an hour left on the stream, actually I take it back to more like 35 minutes. I would really appreciate it if anyone wanted to contribute, could help out if they could. Number one, I'm already trying to offset a $50 chargeback from earlier today. Number two, I just got several fake tips tonight I had to refund that cost me. And number three, we didn't hit the tips goal earlier today, and now we're way far from hitting it. If you could contribute tonight, guys, please do. I would really appreciate the help if you could, okay?
Hardcore begging season.
So you get an idiot like Canadian Mustache who says, yeah, Phil says it all evens out, but tomorrow he'll complain that everything's uneven. Yeah, because tomorrow if the stream's slow, then it didn't even out, right? That's the point I'm making is hopefully, usually in general, things even out. You get a slow day, you get a good day. You get an average day, it all evens out. But if it doesn't, then I'll be honest. You know, people just don't like honesty. They want to believe that the world is roses and beautiful snowflakes and rainbows, and they don't want to actually believe that, like, there's hardship and there's things that happen. So, if you don't want truth, get the fuck out. There you go. No, as I've told you guys many times, there's no fucking overtime tonight. There's no overtime ever anymore. Overtime is over with. I can't do it anymore. So, please stop asking for overtime. It's not going to happen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some tips just came in. I Love Bunnies tipped me $17, and they said we couldn't do it. We're actually at $101 in tips right now. Now, here's the thing. We don't have time for a vest poll. All I'm going to do is go back and save. I'm just going to toss on the Platinum Vest. The Platinum Vest wasn't supposed to be eligible tonight anyway. And thank you for helping me negate not only the bullshit earlier today with the fucking chargeback, but there were a few fake tips tonight as well. Thank you for helping me with that.
They don't even, like, have an opinion of their own. They 100% are sheep. They're crowd thinkers. Please, if you'd like the stream and you're happy to see this end, please contribute. I would appreciate it. Maybe we get the tips goal today. It'd be awesome to see me in a vest as I finish the game. Hint, 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 hint. Alright, no hint, 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 but it would definitely help with the stupid shit that happened yesterday with the chargeback and then all the fake tips on the late stream. It would definitely help if we could hit the tips goal today. Okay? There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Fearless.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, I'm going to take a small music break, and then we will go into video number 4. Holy shit. We'll go into video number 4. I'll see you guys in just a second. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Warning, what you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Okay. One can only hope. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. Alright, we're good. Hopefully. Alright. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. So, let's see. We're here with the fourth video that will make up our broadcast. Brought to us by Snort Burnell, DSP. Let's see. Terrible loser completely destroyed in Street Fighter. Plus rage quits. And saltiness. This is from February 20th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Oh boy. Here we go. Yeah. In March... March implicate. Okay, cool. All right, cool. My bad. Sorry, just going over some notes. Here we go.
I did my aerial kick, nothing. I swear I picked the silver. Oh fuck. He parried that. No, what was that? What was going on? I can't get super at all. It's 2 fireballs a punch with the super, I think, right? Maybe I did. Maybe I picked the kick super? I tried the super a million times with punch, it never came out.
I am a former professional fighting game player in the capacity, not that I did it for a living. I was a high-level tournament player, 4th place at EVO, top player of Street Fighter 2 that year overall in the country. All right, so Jack Scratchler got the tipping going tonight with a $25 tip.
All right.
Oh my god.
So, first thing, I think this is something that's probably occurred to most of you up to this point. I'm sure a lot of you have thought about this. But if it wasn't for the Tractor FGC, Phil's character pool, if you will, wouldn't be as extensive as it is. Now, granted, most of you would think it's probably not that. It isn't as large. But if you think about it, before the Tractor FGC actually really came into play, and so, like, you're talking about early days of Evil AJ, right? Or Rugal Bernstein, when he was around. Like, there was only a select amount of characters Phil played, and pretty much that was it. But when you saw Goji Tank's era kind of have in play, Chaos Wolf, Ronin, once you saw your Lady Gambits and all of that, Ryu Walks Alone, once you saw these people really start to kind of come in and become fixtures, Phil had no choice but to expand out and try to play more and more characters. Now, a character that I haven't seen him play in a while is DJ. Now, if any of you guys remember, Phil used to boast that he had like the number 2 BJ in the world or some shit. Or DJ, sorry, in the world, which he doesn't, by the way. That I'm pretty sure that's been confirmed. But he used to boast about that shit. But you very rarely ever see him play DJ against any of these guys at all. And I think that's done on purpose because Phil has imprinted a lot of his ego onto DJ. You know what I'm saying? Like, DJ was at one time one of those go-to kind of characters that Phil brings out every once in a while to try to flex on people. He don't do that anymore. He's too scared. And I think if his DJ falls consistently, I think you're going to see even more of his confidence be affected moving forward. Now, don't get me wrong. It's already been, like, kicked into the dirt, right? But Phil can still salvage some of it. But I think if his if a character like DJ or maybe even his Fei Long really start to take a beating, I think you'll really see Phil's gameplay suffer. You'll see a drastic drop, I should say, in Phil's gameplay because of the characters that he has latched himself onto. And I think that'd be an interesting situation, to be honest. I think what you're going to find is that Phil's Street Fighter legacy, and that's for the main channel, or for the second channel, I should say, because that's where we go over a lot of that. He's a fraud. He's a fraud. He's played for a long time. That's obvious. He has some notable wins against some players. That's obvious. Well, it's not obvious, but it's a thing. At the end of the day, though, his tournament standings on the big stage, I'm not talking about little locals and shit. I'm talking about real fucking tournaments that actually meant something. It just is not up to snuff. I'm sorry. If he wants to sit there and beat up on people on Fridays, so be it. But it's not up to snuff. It really isn't. And that's one of the reasons why he won't go to Fightcade. Because a lot of those guys he used to play back in the day, that's where they're at. Yeah, they may jump on console every once in a while for shits and giggles, but they know that if they want competition, they know if they want to learn some stuff that they can use to jump back into the training room, which would be console to some extent, you're going to learn it there. There are new tactics, ladies and gentlemen, being developed for Super Turbo and Third Strike every day. CVS2 especially, because you can play CVS2 on Fightcade as well. And these games that Phil remembers from his heyday are still being played at a very, very high level. And it's readily available to Phil. And he doesn't go up there. And he gives you all these little reasons why. I haven't heard any of his reasons recently, but I do know that he has plenty of little reasons why he can't do it. The irony of it is if he went up there, he'd get exposed for the fraud that I'm saying that he is. And he knows it. That doesn't mean people shouldn't ask him to, to go up there and play. Because eventually he's going to have to, or he just quits Street Fighter altogether. But he's a fraud. And he knows he's a fraud. Look at all the excuses he's making here. What's he going to do when he gets into online Third Strike on Fightcade and he's getting destroyed? Like destroyed like you see in like a lot of those videos from Japan, from Puerto Rico, from anywhere in Europe essentially, where you have those really hard and dedicated Third Strike players who've been playing for 20 years. That's some of that shit's what you see on Fightcade. Or you see people who are trying to emulate that and are doing it well. Something to think about.
I think it's the right style. Oh, he stuffs it right. Oh my god. Block, can't block. Can't block! Wow! I couldn't block the jump-ins. He did Raging Demon. All you gotta do is jump up. It didn't work. It lagged. I couldn't jump up.
Whining, complaining.
Go for it. See, I don't know his good normals. Oh my god. Look at the damage. We just started. I've lost more than a third of my health. Oh my god! Wow. Oh my god. Can't do anything. He sucks ass. 12 is effectively played as a runaway character. You're supposed to stay away like the whole match, and every once in a while you go invisible by taunting, and then you just like do a few random wall dives and shit. But I have no clue how to play with that character. Zero.
What was for dinner? Oh god, well, looks like I played one match and I gotta quit out. What was the... Oh, never mind, the whole... Like, everyone quit the lobby. We had our Italian bake. Homemade Italian bake, which is penne pasta... Excuse me, not penne pasta. Rigatoni pasta.
I prefer penis because it's easy to eat.
And chicken meatballs. So there's meatballs made of chicken, but they have all these great seasonings and cheese and stuff in them that make them taste really good and really Italian. And then mozzarella cheese melted on top, and you mix it all up. It's really good. Very, very good.
Custom penne bake, yes, but it's not penne, it's rigatoni. Custom rigatoni bake. Penne man. Oh, I want the penis, I want the penis.
He gets away with it. He just do it over and over. It's so stupid. Yeah, see, you can't hit it out of the air. When he does it, it's a free and safe hit. Again, there's nothing I can do about it. Wow. That was, oh my god, I had him. Didn't come out. Wow. Wow, look at the damage. That splash is stupid as shit. Not in any other video game can Zangief just endlessly do a splash and get away with it. And you can't do anything about it. Can't sweep it to punish it. Can't fucking, if you block it, you're on minus. It's dumb. Again, I hate Alpha 3 because it has weird shit like that. Stupid hitboxes that make no sense.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Hey there, bitches, I missed the Platinum Vest Skin Pinch. Well, not much I can do about that. As you guys know, we had the tips goal for tonight. I'll put on a vest of your choice. Right now, we are at $38 in tips, I believe. So we're a good way, too. They were almost halfway to the tips goal, which would mean the gun and glasses would come on. But if you guys like the stream, please contribute, alright? I appreciate the help.
That's not begging. That's business.
Wow, that was EX uppercut. It knocked him out. Oh, then it passes through her body. Interesting. The lag is very annoying right now because I can't counter anything she does. It won't let me. It's too delayed. Walk right up throw. I'm pressing a button to stop it. It doesn't work. What the fuck? I couldn't do anything. I can't do anything. Everything I'm doing is so delayed. I can't react to her moves. It's so lame. She got away with a million just jump-ins. I couldn't do anything about it. I couldn't parry it. I couldn't anti-air it. Too much fucking delay in the game on online, so I can't do anything about the free jump-in over and over and over. Complete scrubby gameplay. It really is scrubby-ass gameplay.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
That time I'm supposed to be in crane style and I'm Mantis style. What the fuck? Oh my god, here we go with the bullshit. Oh, now I'm out of the right style again. I tried to alpha counter, it didn't work. Stupid. I kept switching styles by accident, I didn't want to. And I tried alpha counter, which is forward and either it's two of one button and one of another. I kept trying to do it, I'll get the wrong thing, and he hit me with the fucking thing in the corner.
It's just like, it doesn't make any fucking sense why it's that good. Very nice. See, this is a fucking troll. It ain't gonna work. These guys all figured out how to glitch the fucking game, I think. Yep, they figured it out. I don't know what it is. They figured out some trick to glitch the game. Dinner was good, King Michael. Italian bake, homemade, delicious. Very good. Yes, this is the Street Fighter 30th anniversary collection. So I gotta quit out because...
How's a ready-made meal from his wife's job homemade? A strange, like, it's this weird type of delusion that he has about what a homemade meal is. But then again, at the same time, it goes back to this weird outlook that he has on life where, like, okay, you know, I work all day. You know, what he does doesn't work, by the way, but whatever, go with it. I work all day, and I should come downstairs, and my wife should have the house clean, the laundry done, and there should be a home-cooked meal waiting for me. Matter of fact, you heard something similar to that when in the old Panda Lee meal vlogs. We're going to go over that on the second channel if I haven't already done it. Where you hear a lot of that nonsense. Where he kind of comes downstairs like, yeah, you know, I had a hard day's work and it's nice to have a nice home-cooked meal waiting for me and shit. And it's like, I'm not saying that the shit that Panda did wasn't basic. It is what it was. It wasn't particularly extravagant, but at the same time, it wasn't something out of the realms that Phil couldn't have done himself. It would have required a little bit of prep work, but it's not something he couldn't have done himself. It's because of that dumb shit, right? It's because of that dumb shit and that fucking mindset is what ended up getting him into that shit with War Dog Leader later on, because Phil's crying on stream talking about how he doesn't have someone to cook meals for him anymore. And War Dog's like, dude, you can make basic shit for yourself. To, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can cook for yourself. Stop being a lazy fuck. And then that led into that whole rigmarole that shit turned into. He just wants to be catered to, essentially. And it's really pathetic to watch because, and it's really pathetic to watch, and yet at the same time, it makes you wonder a little bit about what his home life was like. And if you've ever seen the tour of his parents' house, it really wasn't a tour per se, but it was enough. The home is definitely old-fashioned. It's very old-fashioned. So I imagine that his mother was one of those parents who cooked everything: breakfast, lunch, dinner. Certainly made her own homemade snacks. Like, she didn't probably buy a lot of junk food. She probably made a lot of stuff for him. I could kind of see some of that. And more importantly, on top of the fact that his mother helicoptered over him a lot, I assume that she was, to at least some extent, very attentive in the fact that they did spoil him quite a bit, her and her husband, because they had the means to do it. At the same time, look at how he's come about. I assume that Catherine's cooking, no shot at Catherine, but we've seen some of it, is nowhere up to par to what his mother used to make. So Phil had to, when Phil says, oh, I had to make adjustments to my lifestyle and how I'm much more mature now and how I'm different than how I was, really, one could look at it as, well, he has tempered his expectations, right? Okay, I have this woman who I've married for out of the manner of convenience, but I'll portray it as it's a loving marriage. Her cooking isn't great, but it's certainly probably better than the microwavable shit that I was getting, and so on and so forth. And since the haters are always on my mind, I have to portray that, hey, I'm successful, I'm in a loving relationship and whatnot, life is good, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, and let them eat crow, basically. And his only real thing that he believes that he has above his haters, and maybe even his own fan base to an extent, is that he has a woman who cooks for him. Because that's the only thing that Phil Burnell actually values is food. He doesn't really value companionship, right? Or any type of interaction or any of the sort. He equates food with love in a lot of ways. Oh, she had to slave over that hot stove for 3 hours or whatever. That proves she loves me and shit, and because she even served me the food, right? She even, you know, set the table or do whatever and served it up to me. in a similar way that Panda used to. Now, granted, I don't see Catherine putting in the amount of time that Panda did. She may have attempted to, but she wasn't going to do that shit in the long term. It's too much trouble. Jesus Christ. Panda couldn't even do that forever. So when he talks about a lot of those meals and how them being home cooked and shit, most of them are the same shit that she can find at her job in the deli department or whatever. And that's kind of been proven if you've ever walked into a Kroger's or anything like that, or even a Sam's Club or a Costco. You've seen those things as well. And actually, a lot of the things that he said that she had made, I've seen that in ready-made sections at a Sam's or a Costco. So I was like, oh, well, that kind of already, followed some of my expectations. It wasn't that big of a deal. At the same time, it's all he has. So that's what he's going to grasp onto. Which is really, really sad because, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a day and age where it's not hard to cook. It's really not. And when Catherine isn't making these air quote home cooked meals, they're ordering out. So it makes you wonder, if her cooking was so good, why do they eat out so much? And even more so, if you guys really have this really loving relationship and shit, right? And you work a job that, and I use job loosely, if you work this job that you can make your own schedule, what's preventing you from going downstairs and cooking dinner with your wife together as a couple? You would think that would have more meaning to it. There'd be way more sentimentality attached to that. But then again, he couldn't do that with Panda, so why would I expect him to do that with Catherine? Yet again, something to think about.
That guy, like I said, these people have figured out how to glitch the game. That you can't even start a matchup.
Wow. Finally got one, huh? Wow, didn't do that at all. Wow, this is unplayable. It's completely unplayable. Look how laggy it is. Why would I even do anything? Why play?
A rage quit is if you are playing a video game and you decide to stop playing that video game because of anger that was caused by something going on in that video game, and you do not continue to play it.
Dude, you're sitting there in lag just throwing wacky sonic boom.
I'm very glad that Snort Burnell put that in there. Because if you go back to the Alpha Omega Sin situation, same concept. Now, like I said, there's a bunch of different ways you could go about it. There's a bunch of different ways you could see that scenario out. But as it pertains to Phil's overall fighting game career, not just Street Fighter V, which was the main topic of Alpha Omega Sin's video at that time, but if you look at Phil's fighting game career in general, there was a lot of rage quits. There's a lot of rage quits, and there's a few allegations levied that he was known to walk away from the arcade stick in the arcades as well, or walk away from the arcade cabinet, or step back from it. You know what I'm saying? If he knew he was going to lose in the arcade days. Very small allegations. Most of them is probably speculation over anything else. But I think it should be duly noted. Because, to be honest, the way anybody does anything is the way they usually do everything. And Phil you've seen a lot of those patterns in Phil's existence on the internet. That doesn't mean you shouldn't question it. I'm just saying it's a template, a roadmap, if you will, to what his behavior is like. What he's done is kind of, and not even kind of, it is very much what he's doing. And more than likely what he'll keep doing.
What exactly would you like me to do? I can't do anything. Oh my god. He's literally just gonna sit there throwing laggy sonic booms. What the fuck do you want me to do, you fucking idiot? It's laggy as shit. What do you want me to do with your terrible connection? I can't beat your sonic booms and lag. You fucking imbecile.
Salt.
There's nothing I can do. Oh my god. What a fucking loser. I know I have a terrible connection, so I pick Guile. I just throw sonic booms the entire round. There's no way you can do anything about it because of the lag. Wow, what a great player and what a great game. You fucking idiot.
Oh my god! Quit He quit the fucking lobby, dude. Alright guys, so we're heading into the second half of the stream tonight. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me and having a good time. Thanks to everyone who contributed. We are almost at halfway to the tips goal. It would be nice if we could get some more contributions. It's either going to glasses at halfway or even make it to the vest goal. I would appreciate that, considering I did not hit the tips goal earlier today either. And I would like if you could help, please do. Please contribute tonight, all right? What I'm hoping for is the best. I'm hoping that we'll have some generous parties who will step up and contribute and help. Please contribute with a very generous voluntary tip or receive a very, very mean, lenient manual ban.
Wow, no parry. I did command throw. His fucking regular throw beats my command throw. What? It should have hit. The first one hit. The whole thing should have hit. Oh my god, I can't parry both hits. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. He just did mid-range safe moves over and over, and I couldn't parry any of them, as you saw. When I tried, I would get like one hit and not the other. Laggy shit. It's laggy gameplay. It's not fun. It's fucking annoying. Like, I'm not good with Alex, but I hate it when I know I should be at least, at the very least, blocking and parrying basic shit. He got away with a million things that should have been blocked and parried. Fucking lame.
How would that have been the case when you said that he was at mid-range and he was doing safe shit? To be honest with you, it means that you needed to apply more pressure or you need to play more defensive and wait for him to make a mistake. Does he not understand the term safe? Does he not know what that means? Holy shit. And he keeps... Here's the reality, ladies and gentlemen, of Third Strike. Is parrying useful? Yes. It's extremely useful, actually, especially given certain situations. It gives you a lot of frame advantage on certain stuff if you parry certain things a certain way. Do you need to parry everything? No. Sometimes it's just easier to block. Yeah, it's flashy. Well, I don't know if it's flashy. It's kind of a thing. It's just whatever. It is what it is, and so on and so forth. And like, it's a useful tool, but don't look at it any more than that. Phil doesn't use it. Excuse me. He doesn't use it as a tool. He uses it to try to set up for something flashy or impressive. No one cares. No one cares. Get the W by any means necessary. If you got people who have to sit there and say, oh, that's not an impressive win, so that makes it less valid, then they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. At the end of the day, a win's a win. Period. A win is a win. And at the end of the day, he's sitting here putting himself at a deficit because he thinks Third Strike got to parry everything. And that's just not how that works. I've seen some amazing videos of CVS2 where people are playing like P-Groove, for example, right? Which is basically parrying. And that is some impressive ass shit. Is all that stuff something you could do practically in each and every match or even in a high-level tournament setting? No. Not at all. Now, Just Defending, which is a SNK mechanic, it's K-Groove, I believe. Yeah, it's K-Groove in CVS2. That's a bit more practical because you're kind of already in a blocking position anyway. You're just tapping back at the right time. And that's super fucking useful. And that's super fucking practical given your situation. Especially if you combine that with the dodge mechanic, then you have some real problems. And I think as it pertains to roll canceling, excuse me, if my memory serves me correct, if I remember correctly, K-Groove was probably your best counter to roll canceling. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty confident it's either your best option or it's one of your better options. I wonder if Fightcade actually has the version that has the has roll cancel in it. Roll canceling now roll canceling is very cool, but it's not fun. It is not fun. Being able to use the invincibility frames of your roll to perform a move it sounds fucking amazing. In practice, it's broken as shit. It's kind of fucking broken. But anyway, especially if you're good at it. But in any case, so yet again, ladies and gentlemen, something to think about. You would think all those years of experience, and he would know more. He would just know more. He would understand. You're talking about someone who, at least in Super Turbo, has been in that scenario thousands of times. Thousands of times. And we're still treating this like he's only been playing it a couple years. And he's been playing it for over 2 fucking decades. Remember, he used to be a voice in the SNK community. I mean, not SNK, in the Third Strike community. I don't know why he was never a top player, but he associated himself with top players. So I guess that means the exact same thing.
Fuck. It's like pure Saul. All you could taste was Saul. You couldn't taste anything else.
The biggest tip is still Jack's Raxer. All right, we're halfway to the tip skull. With a half an hour left, we can still do it. We still have a vest. And I really would appreciate the help because I did not hit the tip skull earlier today either. So it would help if we did tonight. Please tip if you can. I appreciate that. All right, if not, it's okay. But I would like it if people could support. That would be great.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
End of fight. Completely unearned. Nope, I didn't move. What the fuck? What the... Dude, nothing's working now. Yo! No moves are coming out at all. This guy seriously has the worst connection in history. I can't... Look at that! Nothing! He has the worst... I can't play against this guy. I'm pressing the button, nothing happens. I'm just standing there getting hit. So, I'm out of that lobby. That's the second time I played that guy tonight. First Zangief, and now I can't do anything with Dalsim. No moves come out. 0. Fuck this game. I am not fucking wasting my time with that guy's laggy connection again. Fuck that. That was atrociously bad.
He quit the room, dude. He's so embarrassed he quit the fucking room. He's like, fuck this shit. God damn, that's bad. Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Now I gotta back out because the fucking troll that got into the lobby. Likely because someone got their ass beat and ran away like a bitch. Oh, Jose's in there. I definitely don't want to be in that one. Can I play this guy? Let me try. Or is this guy just sitting here not playing? I don't think he's playing. Nope. PG stuff? No, there's nothing. No grip on my controller is what he's saying. Has the PS5 controller grip worn out yet? No. I haven't had a single problem with my PS5 controllers yet. Thank God. The only problem I had was with the stupid haptic feedback in Call of Duty, which we fixed by turning it off. Outside of that, everything's fine, so.
Any moment, I can pick up a controller and I can play WWE Champions.
That's funny. Big ups to Jose. And as soon as you saw WWE Champions DSP come into the lobby, he was gone. He was gone. That's hilarious.
Level.
Right. Playing it right. Can't parry. Good one. My ass. No! He has 0 health. Wow. He had 0, and he survived the EX Fireball. Fuck.
No, there's no overtime today.
That EX Hurricane, that parrying of that EX Hurricane was actually a good move on Phil's part. I'll give him that. That was pretty good. He can never seem to parry Goji tanks though properly. Like he'll parry most of it, but he doesn't get his parries off like that. But like so, I'll at least say that good shit on that air hurricane kick, or EX air hurricane kick I should say. That was a good parry on that one. I can't remember. I wonder if air parrying is actually easier than on the ground though. I don't think so. I think the timing. I think there is some type of differential in timing, but I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me.
There's no overtime ever again. It doesn't exist. I told you guys, I cannot do overtime anymore. The latest I can go is around 9:15. You know, exception to the rule is if, oh god, I'm right at the end of a game or something, or we're right at the end of a match. I can go a couple of minutes later, but there's no extreme overtime like I was doing. It's done. Those days are over.
Baldy, I do not have faith we're hitting the tip skull tonight. With 15 minutes left, 20 minutes left on the stream here, I think contributions have dried for the night. That's it. We're not going to see any more. Nothing we can do about it. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has. I've been a content creator for 10 freaking years. I've been here. A decade of fun and chaos and rage. And I'm looking forward to more.
Didn't do that. What? That's bullshit. That is bullshit. I knew he was doing the wall.
That was a great catch. That was a great catch. Holy shit.
Die. So I jumped up to punch him out of it. The game says that he had a reach to reach me that far away. That's bullshit.
He rage quit! He rage quit! Oh my god, he rage quit. Are you fucking serious?
That is legit. Like, if he hit me with the claw, I would have said, okay. The fucking wall dive super? No. That means, again, lag. That's bullshit. The game thinks that I was in range for that. I wasn't in range. I was in range to hit him with a stretch punch, which is why I did it. How the fuck all of a sudden he's from here to here grabbing me? That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Over 1,800 milligrams of sodium. This is one of the saltiest things.
Couldn't do anything.
I mean, it's still a limb though. So I would think no matter what part of the arm that he grabbed, it still counts as a grab. Let me give you an example. Maybe not the best example, but it's an example. So it was at an Evo during the Street Fighter 4 days, and it was Filipino Champ versus Daigo. And this is when Sim, or Dazim, was pretty good in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like he had a lot of tools. I think Filipino Champ, Arturo, there may have been a couple other Dazim specialists that were out there at the time. And Filipino Champ made it really far into the tournament. And I think he may have beaten Daigo that year. It wasn't to win Evo, but it was just to get into those higher ranks. So those brackets and those pools were thick. But anyway, there was a match. In that particular match, at least on one of the rounds, Filipino Champ was like really trying to keep Daigo out, right? Using the stretch limbs and shit to keep him at bay and shit. And I remember it was like a really impressive read on Daigo's part. Sim throws out one of, I can't remember what button it was, but he throws out a low which stretches out, and Daigo uppercuts that shit, and then he uppercuts it with, I think, a light. No, it might have been a medium, and then he FAGC'd into Ryu's Fireball Ultra and ended up beating him out. I can't remember what. And at the time, people were kind of like, nah, that shit, they weren't sure how that actually worked because no one had ever been brave enough to do that up to that point. But especially given how far Dazim was across the screen, and even with the hit, it shouldn't have people were kind of wondering how would he have had enough time to get the Ultra to come out and still hit him, but it did, if I remember correctly. And I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the commentators who had basically broke it down on how it all worked and everything with the hitbox. And essentially a hit was a hit, and that's why it worked. If any of you guys remember any of it at that time, or maybe you can find it, it'd be Daigo versus Filipino Champ. It's in Street Fighter 4. I can't remember what version it was. I don't know if it was, I think it was Super. Yeah, I think it was Super. I don't think it was in Vanilla. So I think it was in Super, and it was at an Evo. And when it was definitely at a big tournament. I think it was at Evo when that happened. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But that's a similar circumstance that stands out in my head that I could kind of equate to that. So, but like I said, I feel like the same functionality would still be in play, but that's just my initial thoughts. Sorry.
Oh my god. Well, that's it. I got super deep roundhouse to the face.
Alright guys, thanks to those who hung out. Thanks to those who contributed. Decent stream. I would say not as good as last week, but still a decent stream of Street Fighter this week, so good stuff. Until next time, you guys know I do this every Friday night. Ugh. I'm definitely out of here. I'm hot as hell, like sweating disgustingly. I want to get the fuck out of this office. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
Because of course he is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the fifth and final video that will make up our broadcast. I shall see you guys in just a second. Yikes.
What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, that's sounds good to me.
On
All right.
Monday.
One can only hope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the sad part of our broadcast, the fifth and final video of this broadcast brought to us by Snort Burnell, DSP. Let's see here. Divinity Original Sin 2 this Monday. Ghouls and Goblins Resurrection. Oh, the yumminess that came out of that. And Twitch is a pussy and a coward. Wow, it's a nice way of talking about your current employers, Phil. This is this video was published on February 21st of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Oh, I don't know who's going to be doing the Ghouls and Goblins Resurrection. This is how you don't play, but that shit's gonna be fantastic. Can't wait for that to play itself out. That shit's gonna be fantastic. That should be amazing. Any case, here we go.
Finally, it is the official premiere of Divinity Original Sin 2. Yes.
Oh my god!
What the fuck? Whoa! Oh, man. Alright, guys, good night. Alright, now in addition to that, there's a new game coming out this week that I'm interested in. It is called, I think it's Ghosts and Goblins? Ghosts and Goblins, like, Revival or something like that? I forget exactly what the name of the game is. But basically, you guys remember that series of games, Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts, starring Arthur? Back in the day, this was a quarter muncher arcade game. Incredibly difficult. Side-scrolling platformer where you were a knight and you'd run around throwing, you know, various weapons at demons as you were trying to save a princess who had been kidnapped. Incredibly difficult.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の構想に巻き込まれていた
Now people are like, you're not finishing that. You may be right. I may not finish it.
Yeah, he probably
never
won't,
finish.
which is ironic because games like that was made as those were like reaction type games. Like you need good reflexes and good reactions, good eyesight. That's what those games demand, right? I think it was in one of the deleted cuts from the King of Kong, or it was Fistful of Quarters, I think is what it was called, or is the King of Kong. It was when Billy Mitchell went up against Steve Wiebe, and it talks about all the it sheds a light on that whole situation for the Donkey Kong record. And then there was a documentary made behind it, and then there was another documentary made that goes into the more seedier parts of it, and all that bullshit. Any case, I can't remember the name of this particular guy, but the current holder, or one of the holders, I should say, of Ghouls and Goblins was on there, and he was talking about it a little bit. It's a shame they cut it from the original documentary, but I thought his segment, which was probably no more than like 7 to 10 minutes anyway, was actually a good talk. It's a shame, like I said, it got cut. I saw it on a random YouTube channel, but he was basically going over it. It's like, yeah, you need to have reactions, you need to have good reflexes, you have to be able to anticipate stuff. If you know what I'm saying, you only have your only and then then essentially you're down to your underwear, and then you're gone, unless you get the advanced armor, and then you only have between 2 or 3 hit points, and that's a wrap. But he did say that learn how to take advantage of your invincibility when you get hit, because you do have a bit of invincibility, a small window, and that'll help you get through a lot of stuff. You see speedrunners do that a lot. It was a good watch, but like I said, for someone who supposedly prides himself on his reactions and reflexes, or even though he doesn't have any, him playing this game is just silly. It's just silly. I doubt that he was able to beat this game in his youth, however long ago that was. So I doubt that he'll be able to do it now. And it's progressively faster now than it was back then. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that's the problem with Super Turbo. Currently, is the version that's out is too fast. Keep that in mind.
The game. It may be a game that beats my ass so tough, so hard, I never complete it. Very well, you may be right. We'll see, but it's definitely something completely different that I would like to do and add to the mix of games that we're doing right now. Okay? But yesterday, I didn't hit a tips goal at all, and sadly, behind the scenes, I had fake tips that were basically negatively affecting my PayPal account. It's bullshit. So today, especially because of the fun stuff we're doing today, we're going to have a lot of excellent action and suspense with the penny points wagering during the Call of Duty stuff. I'm actively going to try to entertain you guys with some of the stuff that we do with that. Tonight, Bowser's Fury, I would appreciate it if you guys could contribute today.
Please tip early. Tips, where are they?
Metallica starts performing, and it starts being live streamed on the internet. Twitch.tv, the website that I'm streaming on right now, decides this is too much of a DMCA copyright risk to stream live Metallica music. They mute the stream and start playing royalty-free music over the stream. This was inadvertently one of the most hilarious things I have ever seen. They're rocking out with their guitars. All of a sudden it goes silent, and then you hear like these old men on stage trying to rock out, and you see them like bobbing their heads hard, going hardcore. But instead you hear it is the funniest fucking thing. If you didn't see this yet, you've got to check it out. We all have to kind of laugh at this situation because Metallica was the band in the early 2000s, 20 years ago. They were the band that started the whole issue with copyright on the internet. Because back then, for those who weren't around back then, there was a little program called Napster. It was a free-to-download program where everyone was illegally sharing their music on the internet. They would buy an album, they would rip the album to their PC for personal use and say, fuck it, and upload all the songs to Napster. You would then be able to, for free, get any music you wanted off of Napster. You literally never had to buy a music album because for about 2 years, everything was free on the internet. Every song you wanted was free. Okay? Now, Metallica got so upset by this. They were so worried. Keep in mind, Metallica, alright? Multi-platinum artist, numerous awards, one of the biggest rock bands at that time, making insane money hand over fist, filthy rich millionaire motherfuckers.
I mean, I'll be honest, just like any other normal human, yes, am I jealous of certain people and of people who are successful and whatever? Of course I am.
But see, here's the thing. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand where he's trying to go with this, where Metallica brought that shit on themselves, which they did. So it's ironic that 2 decades later it came back to bite them in the ass. It is what it is. But to sit there and say that, they're already multi-platinum, they're all well-known and shit, they're all multi-millionaires or whatever. I don't know what their financial situation is because in rock and roll, but to be honest, not just rock and roll, in music in general, not a lot of people hold on to their money, especially not back in that day. There were managers who do that shit now. Matter of fact, Paul Rosenberg, Eminem's manager, has been accused of that, though there's no proof and Em's never said anything. Plenty of managers had ripped off a shitload of people. Only in recent years, Elvis Presley's longtime manager has, I don't know if he did it, but maybe his family came out and admitted they stole ridiculous money from Elvis. A lot of those managers did. The music business was really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It's really fucked up. Same thing with the movie business. What was this dude's name? I was actually just reading about a little bit about him in an article. I want to actually get the book that currently talks about him. I don't know if he was the head of Paramount. He was. It might have been, actually. Now I think about it. He was a head of one of those old movie studios back in the day. Dude had he had connections to the Chicago mob. I can't think of his name at the moment, but he had connections to the Chicago mob. Hated everybody that wasn't white. If you wanted a job, essentially you had to do something sleazy for him. Pretty much all of the major female actresses in Hollywood that went through his studio, he essentially went through them. You know what I mean, or if you use your imagination, just so they could get roles. He was a fucking mess, and no one ever rose up against him because he had ties to the mob. There is a book out there that I also want to read that talks about what happened to the Three Stooges, right? The business part of it, like how they got fucked over, they don't get royalties, none of their estates, I should say, get royalties and all the messed up shit. He was behind that. He engineered that shit on purpose. And the fucked up part about it was that particular studio, which this gentleman bought with mob money, when they weren't putting movies out, or the movies they did put out were flopping, and they just couldn't get back into position. It was the Three Stooges and those like kind of like shorts and short films and everything like that. That was what was keeping the studio going. That's what made them all this money. And because this owner that I was telling you about, because he was so resentful that his whole fucking studio relied on these three, he decided to shit on them every chance he got, and he ripped them off of ridiculous amounts of money, all kinds of stuff. If you guys get a chance, you can Google it. Like the darker side of the Three Stooges, or the business around what happened with the Three Stooges and how those guys got ripped off. You can read some of that on your own, and you can see what I'm talking about. I apologize that the guy's name doesn't come to mind, but shit like that. But like I said, the movie business, the music business, in the world of art, because I'm also looking into there's not a book, but there was a series of articles that was written about the art scam, or the art fixing deal that was going on between Sotheby's and I can't think of the other name of the art studio or the art gallery. Basically, they were fixing prices so people so they didn't have to compete with each other, and no matter where all the big art collectors or art buyers went to, they had to go to one or the other. It didn't matter, and it didn't matter where they went. All their rates and everything were exactly the fucking same, and that was, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that was up for grabs and shit. And they did this for a really long time, that they had this whole little situation going, which is unheard of. Essentially doing basically price fixing, which is what it was. Anyway, real interesting stuff. Sorry, I might actually do a video on that one though, because it was clever how they did it and how they got away with it for as long as they did. But anyway, and these were two very respectable auction houses, and for them to do what they did is on some next level shit. Anyway, my bad. The point being is that people in the music business have been ripped off, and so on and so forth. The problem is, and when you think about copyright, and you think about what Metallica was getting upset at, and all the things that came into it, and so on and so forth, you could say that was them just trying to fight back, and so be it if that's the case. At the same time, though, too, where was that energy when it came to the actual music executives of some of these big companies out there, who they should be going after, or they should be reaffirming their stance as it pertains to how money's getting cut, because they're the ones who are really walking away. Not to say that, your music getting leaked and you guys aren't making album sales doesn't blow. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. Then again, when you think about some of those leaks, right, a lot of them came in from the inside. There are stories out there, if one feels the need to look, and you hear about it even in music today, where you have an artist that's doing really, really well. Their trajectory as it pertains to their career is going somewhere, and they get into an argument with somebody, usually at the record company or whatnot, or for whatever reason. Sorry, babbling a little bit. For whatever little reason, and then all of a sudden, some of the top songs end up getting leaked before it actually is supposed to get leaked. Then all of a sudden, they were working on a bonus album for the year to kind of end it off, and that shit ends up getting leaked too. It's ironic how all that stuff happens when the people who are in control of it, you know what I'm saying, they were the only ones who theoretically had a copy, right? Essentially, except for the guys who are mixing it and everything. And those guys guard that shit like they guard their motherfucking lives at times. So it's ironic how stuff happens like that. Yet again, you can speculate on that to your heart's content. It's a thing. But he can't sit there and be mad. And so going back full circle to Phil, when Phil was in his heyday, making all his ridiculous money, spending it the way he wanted to spend it, certainly nobody was calling him rich, but certainly people were calling him irresponsible with his money. And what did he tell them? Shut the fuck up. I work hard. I can do what I want. So it's funny how he has such a negative attitude towards people who were far wealthier, if at least as it's perceived, than he was, and how he likes to bash them. Oh, because these are all rich son of a bitches, and they don't deserve the breaks they get, and they don't deserve, they can spread the wealth around, so on and so forth. But Phil, you used to say that you worked really hard, and so you deserved what you got because you worked hard for it. Well, songwriting and certainly song performing is extremely hard too. Certainly much harder than what you're doing. So you kind of all fall into that nexus if you think about it. But he never thinks about it that way. He always tried to portray himself as the common man who got an opportunity and ran with it. But he's just as much of a scumbag as anything else. You can tell just by how he orchestrated his taxes. You can see how he tried to rip these people off in the bankruptcy. He's no different than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Scumbags are scumbags. Period. Doesn't matter how much money they have.
Jealousy. That's a natural human emotion for those who have more than you. You're always going to have that natural kind of jealousy of those who maybe have, been more successful or things like that.
We're so upset that Napster was doing this, that they could possibly lose some money because people are sharing their music for free on the internet, that they rallied with the music industry and other artists and formed a legal coalition to go after Napster and other file sharing services and sued them into oblivion in court, saying this is completely illegal, this is money we should be making, and we're not making the money now because you are sharing our music illegally over the internet. At the time, it was actually a legal gray area. But because it went to litigation, it was deemed illegal. That Napster, that LimeWire, that Kazaa, among other companies who were all doing this file sharing, that they couldn't do it anymore. Basically, they were saying, it's all illegal now.
Oh my God.
So, isn't it ironic that this is the exact band who 20 years ago were so angry about copyright law and their music being stolen on the internet, that they're the ones who deemed that sharing of music on the internet was illegal? 20 years later, they're doing a live performance on the internet, and their own performance gets muted and dubbed over with royalty-free music because for fear that people will get sued for playing their own music over the internet. That is, I think, the definition of irony. Now, the other thing about
at the same thing, though, better safe than sorry, too, as we talked about the music business, you'd be surprised how many people are out here who have, platinum hits, and they don't actually own the rights to their songs. They don't own the masters. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have their publishing in the right place and so on and so forth. So in actuality, they don't own anything. They're lucky if they even get residuals. Matter of fact, during a good example, well, there's a couple of good examples. You could say the situation with Prince. He fought for a number of years until he could finally get all of his stuff back. Michael Jackson bought the catalogs of multiple artists and just gave it back to them, which I would assume you'd be incredibly appreciative of, and you would also, I wouldn't say you feel disrespected. I think you should kind of feel, no, not really, now that I think about it, because a lot of people come in there, they don't know how to read a contract, or they don't know how the contracts work, things get rewritten and stuff behind people's backs, and they don't know it. You sign one contract, and the contract's actually incomplete, so then they go in and they switch it up. Anyway, Michael Jackson bought a lot of people's catalogs in full and gave it back to them, gifted it to them, or their families if they had already passed away. That was a thing. Good example. I guess you could say at the time when T.I. and Little Flip had their beef, so many years ago, no pun intended. T.I. was able to get a hold of some of Little Flip's contracts and shit, and he was like, "Yo, you don't own anything for anything. You essentially got a flat fee for the songs you made," which he had hit songs, and he wasn't even getting residuals when that shit was played on the radio or anywhere else, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Literally, when they say that some people end up selling their souls to get into the music business, that's really what happened. That's really what happened. Some people got fucked over in the worst possible way. Especially when you think about, when you think about jazz music, for example, people got fucked pretty hard. Rock and roll, like I said, people got fucked pretty hard. And people still get screwed over now, to be honest. It is what it is. But anyway, yet again, it kind of came back on them. And who knows? I don't know if Metallica owns their whole fucking catalog. I don't know if they own a majority of it. So to be honest with you, if you're Twitch, you just play it safe. To be honest with you, I don't even know why Twitch even restreamed it then if they didn't have the clearance, which is really what the real question is. I think when I saw It's a Gundam's video on this, that was kind of because Gundam makes really great points. One of the things that stood out to me is if Twitch didn't have the clearance, then why the fuck were they streaming that shit in the first place? Or why did they even allow it to be on their platform? That's the real question people should ask. Yeah, it's funny seeing the shit getting muted and played with elevator music, but who allowed it to be cleared in the first place? That should have been the major question. I guess we'll never know.
Sorry. Listen, you guys know I'm outspoken. You guys know I'm going to tell you like it is. I know I'm streaming on twitch.tv right now. I'm well aware of that. And by the way, I've said it many times, I love being here. I think this is the best place to stream. This is the place where I've built a following. I've built a community. I've built my business. I want to stay here indefinitely as long as I can. Alright? But I'm going to call out bullshit when I see it. Alright? The fact that Twitch muted this stream and dubbed the music over with royalty-free music is the most pussy fucking move I've ever seen in the last decade when it comes to DMCA on the internet. That is the biggest, most pussy, cowardly, ridiculously lack of balls move I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Ow! Why'd you do that? Why did you do that? Why'd you just go to bite mommy? Wow. Alright, so you see what pigs can do.
Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, DMCA law was drafted a long time ago. This is not a law that was made 2 years ago, 5 years ago, not even 10 years ago. DMCA law was created years before there was live streaming on the internet, right? That means that everything that currently is on the internet technically doesn't really apply to DMCA law. When those laws were created, no one understood what would happen in the future. So right now, everything that gets determined with DMCA is actually wrong and outdated. What has to happen is that someone has to take this shit to court so that we can have arguments on either side, whether it's for the music industry,
Okay, first off, you're skipping a step. Something has to happen for that shit to actually go to court so they can have a ruling on it. Period. This is almost as frivolous to some degree as his argument that, oh, if you're a restreamer, you're basically stealing his property and he could take you to court on it. Well, go ahead and do it and see what happens. Oh, no one's ever done that before. Oh, so that means someone has to be there at the beginning, right? Someone has to make a stink to finally, and someone has to put the money down to take that shit to court, right? To see if a ruling can be done on it. If there's no problem, then there's no reason to look at the law or even bring it to the law's attention. And if he says he's in his rights to do so, then why doesn't he go ahead and copyright strike or DMCA or do all that? Oh, because it's not exactly looked at as a good thing to do from a content creator to a content creator type situation. You saw some of that when the reaction channel boom was a thing on YouTube for a while. You know what I'm saying? And some people developed some really shitty reputations for some of that stuff. Then again, some people kind of screwed the pooch on some shit too. It didn't actually work out very well. It was an ugly situation if you guys remember back during that. Especially when since I'm reference heavy, go back and look at Grade A Under A. I was going to say Grade A Under A versus Tyrone Magnus, but actually there's a better, that's a decent story to read, but there's or actually watch, you can actually watch that. But a better example, I should say, was Grade A Under A versus Facebook. Now, I'll try to be brief. I'm not brief, but I'll try to be brief. Basically, Grade A Under A's video was shared on Facebook. And a lot of people actually put that shit on their front page and gained a lot of clicks. And Grade A said that, oh, well, I can put a video up on YouTube and it'll get like 15 million hits, which back in that time it probably could. Somewhere between 5 and 15. I would say closer to 10, but whatever. between 5 and 15 million hits. But on Facebook, that same video could have 30 or 40 million hits on that shit. Here's the fucked up part. Facebook doesn't have to pay him anything for it. It's just a piece of content that's on their channel. YouTube doesn't get anything out of it. And I can't remember if it's because of how videos were embedded on Facebook at that time, or were people downloading the video and then just putting it up on their Facebook page. I can't remember exactly how that went, but all of those views generated, nothing went back to Grade A Underway. And come to find out, it didn't go back to a lot of people. Even though Matt Pack from Game Theory didn't bring it up, or he's never spoken on it as far as I know, his video gets passed around like that too on Facebook. He doesn't get any residuals from any of that, and his video gets played tens of millions of times out there, far more than what he gets on YouTube. That could probably be said for a lot of people. Is that a problem? Yeah, if you, as a content creator, I'm sure that you probably feel a certain type of way about it. Is it worth the hassle though? No. You're chasing phantom dollars. Yes, could it be should that money go into your coffers? Sure, it could. Then again, you don't know how many of those people have ad block on or whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, you'd be fighting a war that may have little to no residuals at the end of it. It's almost not worth it. It's like going out there and chasing buried treasure. You may end up just wasting your time at the end of it. It's not necessarily, it doesn't seem to be worth doing so. And yet again, if someone wants to make a big enough stink and then put their money where their mouth is and take that shit to court, then so be it. But it's more than likely not going to work out. Just like how Zombie Go Boom, for example, had their channel unfairly demonetized by YouTube. They tried to take them to court and they lost. Now, the reason why I bring them up is because Phil brought that up. Because Phil was like, oh, well, when they got demonetized, if they win, then they would be in line for residuals and so on and so forth. The reason why Phil is sitting there paying attention to that story is because Phil felt at the time that YouTube owed him back pay or back money for whatever reason. I don't know why. Pig logic is pig logic. And he was really kind of morally, if you will, gambling on Zombie Go Boom to win, and they didn't. And as soon as they didn't, he left it alone. He never even brought them up. It was as if that whole situation didn't even exist. If it didn't serve a purpose, it didn't have any value.
The game industry, whoever it is, versus the streaming services. We need to figure out what is legal and what is not, and we need to actually have criteria to know what we can do. We can't pussyfoot around this situation anymore. We can't just assume everything is bad and then blanket stop everything. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's unprofessional. And it needs to stop. Because here's the truth that no one wants to say, because of course, if this ever came to light, there'd be a lot of problems. Every single time that YouTube or Twitch or any big company takes a piece of content off of their platform claiming DMCA, if they have not legally confirmed that that claim is real, they have violated DMCA law. Because the way DMCA law works is that when one of these companies receives a takedown request, okay, they're supposed to comply with it. But if they don't use the due diligence to actually confirm that the person involved actually broke the law, they have violated DMCA law. Okay? So here's the thing.
Here's the thing. He talking about these companies shoot first and ask questions later. He does the exact same thing. So there's not for a lot of these companies, there's not enough time to be sitting there and trying to investigate all that shit. Pull the content down now, right? And then hold the investigation and see what happens. Now, is that fair? No, it's not. At the same time, if you got hundreds of those type of claims coming in, if not thousands, which you saw a lot of that with Twitch over the last 8 months, almost a year, and it still happens to this day, they don't got time to ask questions, bruh. There is no time to be asking questions. Take that shit down now, and we'll figure it out as we go along. Period. And as the software gets a lot better at detecting copyrighted material, I mean, eventually what he's sitting there doing, because he's talking about the benefit of the doubt, that right there will get abolished. That's going to be done. The moment they catch even a second or two of copyrighted music, it's gone. Even before the lyrics come up. You know what I'm saying? Even before you could coherent, your brain could coherent the actual beat, the beat itself, it's gone. It would immediately be taken down. And that's just how it goes. And that wasn't something that should be a surprise to anybody. Twitch should have been known that eventually they were going to get hit for it. They got away with it for a lot of years. A lot of people made a lot of money off song requests for a lot of years. The gravy train wasn't going to last forever. Sorry. The gravy train wasn't going to last forever. Just like YouTube. It is what it is. That's what the situation was. So him sitting here talking shit about Twitch when YouTube kind of does the same thing, except for they don't actually take your shit down, it just gets claimed. It is what it is. It is what it is. On a live stream, how do you claim that? I mean, how do you pull any money off of it? Unless you automatically slap the streamer with a fine. Twitch doesn't want to deal with that shit, so they're not going to let you fine them. So you just take the shit down. And like I said, the software that detects copyrighted material is becoming more and more sophisticated. I mean, Jesus Christ. There was a time on Twitch, which still kind of goes on now, that if you hum a melody that even sounds anything close to anything, you go down. You go down. On YouTube, some people were getting copyrighted for that. Not copyrighted, but they were getting their videos claimed for that. Like I said, the music business has been fucking people over for a very, very long time. You know what I'm saying? If you guys go back to some of the real head honchos in their day, I'll use Tommy Mottola, for example. Head of Sony. Had a beef with Michael Jackson for a number of years. Was married to Mariah Carey early on, before she got crazy. He was no one to fuck with. He was a fucking tyrant. He was at one time he was considered, and this is actually something that means something. He was considered probably the most powerful man in music. He's considered one of the most powerful people, well, the most powerful man in music at one time. Short reign, but he was there for a minute. And that's scary because that gives you an idea of what he controls. It's not just whatever whatever latest rock song or R&B song or pop or whatever. You're talking about theme songs to different shows, different movies. You're talking about claims over all kinds of stuff. He has his hands in everything. There wasn't too much that Tommy Mottola didn't control, or if not, Sony didn't outright own as it pertains to their American music division. So, yet again, it's it's a dirty game, and it's been that way. And the people who are winning or who were winning, they just pass that on to the people who came on to them later. And the game is ruthless. And as people come in and want to have more and more control of their music, all right, then, well, you're going to have to put more and more of your money behind it. Who's going to do that? So if you got a streamer who's starting off day one with maybe a couple $100s worth of equipment, and they're trying to get popular on this fledgling new website, you're going to try to pull out all the stops. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, there are aspects about you that can carry the day in the years to come, or however long your reign's going to be. Because if not, and you need to rely on copyrighted music, for example, or big game releases, like someone else we know, you're going to have problems. In the music business, people don't linger. You're either in or you're out, or you're independent, and you can stay successful being independent. And I could probably only name, I don't know, half a dozen people maybe, you know what I'm saying, that are independent and have been able to succeed. And even then, it's hard doing that. More of the money comes into your coffers, but even more of your money has to be spent to get you out there. And it's like anything else.
We really got to the thick of it. And we really had a legal analyst come in here. Who do you think violates DMCA law more on a daily basis? People who are streaming content on the internet, or these big companies that have instituted giant blanket robots and algorithms like the content ID match system on YouTube or this new, whatever it's called, takedown system here on Twitch that erroneously flag videos and take them down hundreds a minute, right? I couldn't tell you how many times I've had issues with people impersonating someone, lying about their identity, and trying to get my content taken down off of YouTube or Twitch. How many times last year did my streams get taken down illegally with someone who was impersonating a company, and Twitch did zero to actually verify that that person was real? Every single time that they take down anyone's content without verifying the identity is illegal. They have broken DMCA law because they did something on behalf of a law without verifying wrongdoing. You can't do that. That's illegal. You can't throw around a law and say, I'm doing something on behalf of a law without verifying that someone did something to violate that law. Then you yourself have violated that law.
Ow! Jasper! Jasper, what are you doing? You scratched me, man. Jasper, come on. You hurt me. Ow!
So, this is very bad. Alright? The fact that Twitch is live streaming a gaming event, there happens to be a concert at said event. Obviously, they would not be broadcasting this concert if the people broadcasting the concert were okay with this going out on the internet, and they just decide to...
Okay, that gives it a little bit more context. Okay, so this is a gaming event, and this is one of the live performances. If Twitch has only cleared the gaming event, then theoretically, it's probably in their best interest to go ahead and mute the concert. Because that's not what they have clearance for. Or that's not what they've given clearance for. They've given clearance for the gaming event. This music performance, I should say. Yes, it may be part of the event, but they don't have clearance for that. Now, you would think whoever filed their paperwork with Twitch was like, hey, we're having this thing right here, and then we're going to have a live event, and so on and so forth. Either someone's I's wasn't dotted, or someone's T's weren't crossed, and they were like, well, you guys don't necessarily have authorization for that. We don't want to risk that. Fuck that. Mute that bitch. They didn't they could have just cut the whole music segment out. They could have just blacked out that stream. If you think about it, until until the music performance was over, and then put it back on. They could have done that. They would have been in the rights to do it. They could have. So there has to be something, as Phil would like to say, behind the scenes that wasn't completely ironed out to go ahead and get that clearance. Because clearly that was done to protect somebody's ass. Clearly.
Anyway, like, what the fuck? I can't imagine what was going through the minds of the people who made that fucking decision.
So you just blah, 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 blah. Here he comes. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about? Shut up. Nobody cares.
Let's say that you're PewDiePie. You're a multi-millionaire, billionaire, however rich the guy is. And all of a sudden on YouTube, all his videos start getting flagged for content ID takedowns because this is all copyright material. Alright? Do you really think PewDiePie is going to sue YouTube and say, oh, you violated the DMCA law when you did this to me, so I want all this restored, I'm suing you? Of course he's not going to do that. Why? Because as they would say, that's biting the hand to feed you. PewDiePie relies on having a distribution network for his content to make money. He needs YouTube as much as YouTube needs him. So he's going to allow them to do those things.
Not anymore. I mean, first off, he's already made his money off of all that. So, I mean, he's made the bulk of his money off of all that. You know what I'm saying? PewDiePie has other things in place that he makes money off of outside of YouTube. So if something like that happened, I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It really don't. But let's call a spade for a minute. His videos would more than likely get claimed more than if they were actually taken down or anything like that. And if that's the case, PewDiePie don't give a shit. He already made his money off of it. And he's already gained whatever footholds he needed to be made to get to where he's at. That's incidental to anything about anything. It is what it is. It's not a matter of just money, which shows you how single-minded Phil is. But it's also what other opportunities that are out there that's beyond ad revenue. But yet again, his head is all just ad revenue on YouTube. That's all he sees it for. And you would think after all these years, this dumbass would be able to see past that, but he can't. He's a fucking tard. So with that being said, it's the opportunities that PewDiePie has gained from all that. I mean, as far as YouTube concerns, it's like a mixtape. It's just promotion. It doesn't mean anything else outside of that, and it's disposable, to be honest with you. It can, you know what I'm saying, if it gets taken down, it gets taken down. It's not that big of a deal. He'll make more of it, and he'll just be smarter on how he makes that content moving forward. At the end of the day, though, if PewDiePie leaves YouTube tomorrow, YouTube doesn't really get hurt, and PewDiePie doesn't really get hurt. They had a very lucrative partnership, if you will, for a long time. Eventually, those type of partnerships need to be dissolved. End of story. He makes it sound like, oh, if PewDiePie gets kicked off of YouTube tomorrow, he goes broke. It doesn't work that way, dude. Not everybody was an ignorant bastard like you. So it's not something that's not reality. He wants that to be reality. Because yet again, like Pro Jared, like Tobuscus, like all these other people who were way more successful than him, he wants to see them fall. Which is pathetic. Which is absolutely pathetic that you would wish failure on a group of people merely because they were more successful than you. These people weren't assholes to you. These people didn't fucking disrespect an entire group of fucking people. Well, PewDiePie is a whole nother story in itself. But some of these guys didn't fucking do anything to him. Or do anything to shine a negative light on gaming or whatever the case may be. Why the fuck do you have some type of vendetta against them? You were a fat hog in a very small fucking barn before people started to come in and they made something out of it. Why he's pissed off is because, to be frank, he was there first, and for whatever reason, he's pissed off that other people were more successful than him coming after him. He feels like they didn't put the time in, they didn't actually bring anything new to it. How come they outshined me? That's more telling about you as a person than anything else. And in truth, what did Darkside Phil contribute to fucking gaming? I want you to think about, I really want you to think about that. What did Darkside Phil, DSP, Phil Burnell, contribute to gaming, to content creation, or streaming? I've given you 3 different options that you can try to answer on if you like. You don't have to answer to all 3 of them. You can pick one. What did he contribute that makes him feel like he's owed something? I'll wait.
Even though they're illegal and they annoy him and they cost him money, because he still needs to use that avenue to relay his content, right? Streamers like me. Sure, I'm sure we could get a 1,000 streamers who've all been hit with false DMCA claims, and we could class action sue Twitch. But, what on earth is that actually going to solve? Would Twitch possibly stop doing these erroneous things? Maybe. But that's biting the hand that feeds you, and let me tell you, these companies, even though they may pretend like, oh, you know, we're doing the right thing, chances are when you get on their shit list, right? You get on their shit list, you're going to be in trouble. They're not going to want you on their platform anymore. And that means they're going to look for any means necessary to get rid of you, whether legit or not. That's how these companies operate. I mean, let's not pussyfoot around the issue here, all right? What in the holy hell happened with Dr. Disrespect last year? As much as I razz on the guy and I make fun of him for dressing up as a character and stuff like that, let's be fair here, all right? What actually happened with Dr. Disrespect? We still don't know.
Here's the thing.
Right?
He doesn't give a fuck about Dr. Disrespect because to give a fuck about Dr. Disrespect. He just wants to shit on why he got kicked off. That's the only reason why. There's a lot of people that are actually like that, to be honest with you. There's a lot of people who only want to know why Dr. Disrespect got kicked off so they can shit on him. Because a lot of people, not so much now, but initially thought it has something to do with an extramarital affair that he may have had that we didn't know about. And some chick out there was trying to talk like that was the case, but that quickly got debunked. So, you know, hashtag don't believe everything that you hear. And so now it's a matter of, well, what was the situation? And then you had people like Slasher who came out and basically said he kind of had an idea of what it was, but really he didn't. And I mean, honestly, he shouldn't have said anything. The expectations were too high. This was a fish that was a little too big to try to swallow, let alone try to catch. So when all these people came out and we're talking about they may have some inside information or this, that, and the third, it all turned out to be nothing burgers. The only person that I saw who handled this situation, I thought, damn near picture perfect, was Devin Nash. Devin Nash never said shit whether he knew or didn't and whatnot. He just was like, "Hey, it's more likely business related. I ain't got shit to say about nothing. I'm not gonna talk about it. Don't ask me shit. Don't at me. I don't want to touch this." If Dr. Disrespect, or if he, meaning Dr. Disrespect, wants to come out and talk about it, cool. Outside of that, I'm not saying shit for shit. And he's kept his mouth shut ever since. And if I would have to say there's at least one person who would know, then I would say it's Devin. I would say Devin has enough connections to where he may not know the whole situation and or scenario, but I think he's been fed enough information to where he at least has an idea. And that's all that needs to be said. But at the end of the day, we may never know what ended up happening to Dr. Disrespect. In the story, we may never know. But for someone like Darkside Phil, he doesn't give a fuck about that shit to protect the overall rights of streamers or even Dr. Disrespect himself. He just wants that information so he can shit on him. That's all he cares about. And don't let him tell you otherwise.
It was never disclosed what happened with this guy that he got banned from Twitch. He was one of the biggest Twitch streamers. And he was kicked off the platform for seemingly no legit reason.
Ow.
I'm gonna get banned if I keep doing it.
Listen, at any moment, any of these sites could kick you off for any good reason. Right now, YouTube could say, I just don't like Phil, and just ban me. Right now, Twitch could say, oh, fuck Phil, we don't like him anymore, and turn the switch off. They could just do that, you know? But I can't help that, you know? I can't help that. I understand that. Thank God that you guys support me no matter where I go. But I'm going to be honest, I'm going to talk about these kind of issues, alright? The fact that Twitch muted that stream is insanely ridiculous. Like, over the top crazy. That is preposterously bad that they were so afraid of the MCA litigation that they muted a fucking live concert where obviously permission was given to broadcast that music. That's just like, what is happening?
Because the bottom line is Twitch is a bad business. Twitch is not a good place to put out quality content. Twitch is all about subscriptions. You gotta subscribe, get those custom emotes and shit, subscribe. We had people who were in the stream chat who were subs, they were now entitled. We're entitled to constant new emotes and being entertained, and you have to cater to our ways because we're your Twitch subs. You have to do what we tell you all the time, and if you don't listen to our feedback, how dare you have us sub? And I had all this drama, and people in the stream chat causing drama and shit, and it was so distracting for me just being able to play games and enjoy them, honestly. It was more of a pain in my ass than anything else.
Why would I go back to Twitch, where Twitch TV is literally a business model
based off of begging? Twitch loves me and my streams.
You know? You gotta wonder, too. You have to wonder, was this a actual choice that was made internally by Twitch? Was there some bigwig manager sitting there and said, oh, I'm so afraid, alright, dub it? Or was this an algorithm? Was there some automatically running algorithm that caught the music and said, that's Metallica music, and then by default, the robot did that? Right? We don't know. We actually don't know what happened.
Trying to hit the tips goal today. I didn't hit it at all yesterday. It'd be great if we could hit it today. All right, guys? There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Phil has indoctrinated children who send him money, blatantly milking for money. It's a money pit. It's gone, just gone like that. In an instant, fucking gone. I just care about money. That I just can't help it. I eBay. Contributions are mandatory, but I need your help. I am appealing directly to you. No decency, no respect, no common sense, no fucking maturity. Is the guy who just doesn't get reality.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of that. Thank you very much to Snort Burnell. And give me a second. We will reconvene for final thoughts, also known as the breakdown / rundown. And I will let you guys go on with your day. Yikes. So much to say. So much to say. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the rundown, and let's go ahead and clean all this up. First off, thank you very much, Snort Burnell. Very much appreciate it. And let's see, where do we start? All right, a very restrictive viewers' choice event. Make of that what you will. Like I said, the whole shit's fucking rigged anyway. I've gone into plenty of different explanations and examples on why that is, and why more often than not they're usually a disaster either which way. It is what it is. He gets what he gets. Let's see, banning a positive contributor as well as all the other people that came along with that. Rip and pepperoni for them. I'm sure they'll be back on sock accounts, or they're going to beg to him behind the scenes to be unbanned, whatever comes first. No Game Pass for now. He's an idiot as it pertains to the viewer's choice event. He could run that through Xbox, and there's all the retro games that he could essentially need right then and there. It's a very low overhead for him, if any, and he can get it done with a large library of games that could be used. But he's not thinking, because he a nut. So it is what it is. Gin talk, he prefers Tangerine. That's all that needs to be said. That's all that really matters. Unique code to give tips, basically a safe word. So be it. No condo tour for $1,000. Oh well, I mean, he doesn't want to show off all the new goodies that they have in there anyway. And I have to assume that the time that he's lived with Kat, there's definitely been some major changes. Maybe not as big as furniture, but I assume that the ambiance of the actual house itself, the environment and whatnot, the atmosphere has definitely changed. But that's neither here nor there. Sex makes me uncomfortable. I've already given you guys a bunch of examples on why I think that is. Something between Panda and Catherine has certainly broken him, and then his experience at that Catholic school apparently didn't do him any favors either. And then going back to the speculation that Panda or Leanna was his first. I mean, she wouldn't have known that, at least not initially anyway. But that could have been a thing. So keep that in mind though too. Give it, like when you think about all of his little antics and everything before dating Panda, and then everything afterwards, I can honestly see that I could see that she was the one who popped his cherry. But who could say? Opinions on VTubers, it doesn't matter. He's a whore. He'll sell out if someone made him a model. And if he was successful with it a couple of times on some sparing occasions, he would turn it into a thing as long as he could profit off it, and then he'll discard it as quickly as it started. There's no way to stop chargebacks. Well, yeah, we all know that, but he's the one who told us that he had it under control. That PayPal will always side with him. He'll win regardless, and well, saw how that worked out. All right, terrible loser, completely destroyed in Street Fighter. It's another Friday night. Rage quits and saltiness. It's just another Friday night. Every week, more and more of him diminishes, and it's the most entertaining yet tragic shit in the world. I know a lot of people think it's just too slow for them. It loses its luster after a while, and I understand that completely. But watching someone who boasted for so many years on the back of his 4th place finish and all those other high ranking or high placements that he had at other tournaments, only to see him fall the way he has, I hold a special place for that. Anyway, Divinity Originals, and especially since he could have prevented it. I mean, at the end of the day, as time goes on, because time is the ultimate enemy and need is the ultimate monkey, it was going to eventually diminish anyway. But the more that you see him play, the more I think you see his lack of knowledge. It's not there. For someone who's been playing for 20-something years and he don't know some of the shit that he's engaging is fucking amazing. But those are little things that you have to kind of pay attention to. And don't do that. That's what you got me for. You know what I'm saying? But it's amazing how little he really knows. And the more he plays, the more it proves that. And that's why we'll never see Fightcade. Let's see. Last one. Divinity Original Sin 2 this Monday. Good for that. Ghouls and Goblins Resurrection. Yes, sir. Especially once he gets to the Pigman levels. Can't wait to see that shit. And Twitch is a pussy. Oh, is a pussy and a coward. Whatever. At the end of the day, I mean, it's a business, and they have way more to lose than Darkseidfield does. And like I said, I agree with him that someone didn't do something. But like I said, music clearances aren't exactly the easiest thing too. So stuff like that takes time, especially for live performances. And if it was, as he described, some type of gaming event and they had a musical performance, and for whatever reason nothing got cleared for that music, they may have cleared the event, but they may not have cleared that music. And that is two separate things, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a game award show, you can have a game award show, and if it has live performances or whatever, if that shit don't get cleared, that shit's gonna have a problem. So that is something that needs to be stated and somewhat understood. I don't expect him to understand that, but that is a thing. Especially given all the DMCAs that Twitch has been going through over the last year. I mean, under reasonable circumstances, if someone did what they were supposed to, that shouldn't have happened. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it, and I will see you guys for the next one, whenever that may be, hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snort Report, and this is DSP News. Always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on. A GTG Network and Productions. For the Snort Report, as well as Snortbucks Coffee Company, I've been your host, /anchor, GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys later.